So what are you afraid of? Those feelings are made of. Get in the game, your moment of fame, show them what you made of. It's time that we stand up, it's time that we man up. For anyone asking who is the best, we putting our hands up. My time, nothing can keep me from reaching the top. This time, like the last time, I'm moving so fast, I'm ready to ride. I'm ready to throw down, it's time for the showdown. I'm ready to rise, don't be surprised, I'll take on the world now. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. Lower the lights down, hand over my crown, hand over my heart. I do this for my town, I do this for my crowd. So turn me up real loud. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching the top. We're reaching the top, we're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. My time, none of you people can tell me to stop. My town, my crown, we know what it takes to be reaching.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going with the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get involved!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go! Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my god!
God, what?
iRacing, you wanted the best, you got them 4 abreast. Often imitated, never duplicated. The greatest show on dirt, the World of Outlaws.
Coming up to the line, being chased, and it was Braden Johnson. Unbelievable finish. It was 1/1000th of a second between them.
Green flag in the air, we are racing in the 2020 24 Hours of Daytona.
They go door to door for the feature race lead here on the last lap of the race. Side by side for the race lead in the final corner at Homestead.
Down the back straightaway, 3 wide again for the race lead. This is unbelievable stuff here tonight.
Aloma is going to have to be very deep on the brakes, and he is very deep on the brakes. It's side by side through the corner. This is for the win.
It'll be side by side. Davies low, Ottinger high. To the very inside is Garrett low. 4 wide at the stripe. For all his work here on this outside line, neck and neck. Who's going to back out? Does anyone back out? Verstappen starts to squeeze on the inside, and now he'll try and straight line it. Goes under the apron, drag race to the line. It's so close to call.
One of the crown jewels in motorsport, and it rings true as very much in the sim racing world. 600 miles around Charlotte Motor Speedway. One of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar. The longest race on the calendar. 400 laps all up. It's a test of endurance, a race of attrition, and only one driver can come out victorious. Just a handful of opportunities in iRacing to get the win each season until you have to wait a whole another year. Who will get it done here in the NASCAR iRacing Series live on the iRacing Esports Network? Well, let's find out. My name is Ryan Jones, and alongside me is Justin Prince. Behind the scenes is our director, Jay Kennedy. And Justin, this track, this race, is one of the toughest on the calendar, and we're going to see a lot of drama today.
Absolutely, it's such a difficult track in the first place, but when you factor in the fact many of these competitors have to prepare themselves to transition all the way from the late afternoon, all the way in through sunset, all the way to full darkness, it can get pretty crazy tonight. A lot of drivers will have to adjust, a lot of drivers will have to be able to adapt, and a lot of drivers will have to have enough endurance to last 400 laps, 600 miles, Ryan.
It's going to be crazy, I can tell you that much. So qualifying is currently underway for these drivers. Doucette is fastest. But qualifying, well, not as important at a place like this, because by the time you get to the end of 400 laps, it's an order that's going to be shaken and stirred about half a dozen times over the course of the race. But track position still going to be important for these drivers, and being in dirty air at the back of the pack is still going to be a bit of an issue for some of the guys.
Yeah, clean air is king for a reason, especially with this package. You expect the drivers who are up towards the front to be able to save their tires the most, especially if you're the set leader. So qualifying and getting on the pole could be vital. Drivers are not going to be willing to even give up the bottom side during the race today either. Keep in mind as well, Ryan, because the bottom line is the quickest line, and if you're even on the middle line or all the way up towards the wall, that chews up your tires. So expect a lot of defense tonight at some parts of the race along that blue line.
On board with Garrett Maines here, who's been consistently fast in every single race so far this season. On a Friday night, he goes up to 5th place in his first qualifying attempt. He finally got a win. A few races to go at Talladega. Looking to carry that momentum in Martinsville. Didn't quite go his way, but look for him to be typically fast again tonight. As Garrett Lowe's gone to the top of the sheets. Your Coca-Cola iRacing Series driver. Maines' second attempt will keep him in 6th.
And a lot of drivers will say this. It's harder to build a qualifying set, Ryan, than it is to build a race set, because you're trying to find pace for just 1 or 2 laps, essentially. It depends on the driver on how you handle it. But if you even botch your qualifying or don't have that pace, you're going to have a harder time to be able to get through the field and be able to get that to that clean air we were talking about.
Exactly. It's all about finding that balance between qualifying and the race. Everyone will be geared towards the race today, and geared, we suspect, to the long run as opposed to the short run, which is another balancing act we talk so often about in NASCAR. Here's how they'll line up for the start of 600 miles Charlotte Motor Speedway. Garrett Lowe on the pole. Justin Bolton outside row number 1. Will Norton and Chris Shearburn off row 2. Ryan Doucette and Garrett Maines starting from 5th and 6th. Austin Yarborough and Brendan Rakitic just in behind them. And Justin Levine and David Lamb will round out that top 10.
Boyd Hogan starts 11th tonight with Patrick Moose starting alongside him. And row number 6, row 7 features Eddie Kerner coming off his LCQC victory and $10,000 He'll start alongside Alan Provenzano in 14th spot. Steven Steffen, the travel liaison for Junior Motorsports, starts in 15th alongside Presley Sora. Joseph Galana starts in 17th, the last driver to qualify with a quick time of 51.6 seconds. Jake Matheson, everyone else on provisionals based on iRating. James Wenzel in 19th, Eric J. Smith in 20th position tonight, Ryan.
Santiago Tires, Jose Solis Jr. will be row 11. As you mentioned, all these guys are now sorted through their iRating. So Michael Gariglia, Timo Toika on row 12, David Brown, Harrison Lyon, Robert Miller, Tyler Armstrong, Corey Brown, and Justin Patella, your top 30. We've got a 33-car field for this one, rounded out by Connor Hale, Jacob Fife, and Jake Hickson. And I love, Justin, the new tracks we have on iRacing, such as this updated Charlotte. The drivers line up on that starting straight, or on the pit lane, depending on the track, diagonal in formation.
Yeah, such a beautiful way to peel onto the racetrack tonight. Keep in mind, 90 degrees the track temp for the drop of the green flag. Many competitors felt like that is the most comfortable to start off as the race cools off and the track cools off. Air temp currently 78 degrees though. Keep an eye on that wind though, currently gusting back and forth around 6 miles per hour or 10 kilometers an hour for this 400 lap race.
Drivers will roll off behind that pace car in just a moment. We'll have a single lap behind the iRacing.com pace car before we go green for the first time this evening as the field rolls off now. And they'll form up 2 by 2 and they'll get set for one of the toughest races on the calendar.
This type of race challenges the drivers to their very core, not just maintaining a line and running for a couple fuel runs, trying to make it to the checker flag after 2-3+ hours of action. Some races throughout this entire week, Ryan, have gone nearly green flag to checker flag. It could be a test for how the conditioning and endurance is for many of these competitors and how patient they can be to go through a full 400 lap race and how they can plan out their strategies to account for what they want to do to get to victory lane tonight.
How aggressive do you want to be early? How important is that track position to you when you take the green flag? You've got to keep in mind how long this race is. The track is going to be so different when you get to the end. It'll be under nightfall when we finish this race. But right now, the drivers are thinking about that green flag. Up in the flag stand, it'll wave with vigor as the field comes under the control of Garrett Lowe. For 600 miles at Charlotte, green flag in the air. We're racing the NASCAR iRacing Series.
As expected, everyone driving to the bottom as soon as they can. If there's a hole, they're going to try and force their way down there. Many others, you already see them snaking down, trying to make sure that no one can get a run off their draft to try and poke their way underneath.
Bolton slides up the track off of turn number 4. That allows Will Norton down to his inside, so a slight mistake there for your man that started from second place. And on the outside now, he stands to potentially lose a bunch of spots just up in front of the cover watching. There we go. And now he's on the outside of Garrett Maines as well, so he's already lost out to Chris Shearburn and Norton. Maines will make it 3 cars, then there's a gap that he can slot down into. And just a slight mistake will cost you plenty when the field is checked up like this.
Yeah, they're already stacking up a little bit on that bottom line. In fact, here comes the run for Norton.
Good push. Chris Shearburn's going to push him right on by Garrett Lowe, who's going to feel exactly the same drop that Justin Bolton just did, and he will slot in line just behind Garrett Maines. So that's both front row sitters back to 4th and 5th now after a couple laps of racing. And Will Norton will be your new race leader as they cross the stripe.
Yeah, and all season long, those Nexus machines have been blistering quick when it comes to the NASCAR iRacing Series in open competition. They've been dominating all across the service. Could be tricky to try and get a move back on them with some of the run. However, Sherburne and Maines are both rocking their way up to the front already.
Top 3 breaking away just a little bit. A couple car lengths back to Garrett Lowe, Justin Bolton on back. Trying to drive away from the field here, but Lowe's not extremely content letting that happen at the moment. As he rides in, they're all sitting very comfortably right now. As you ride on board with Garrett Maines here, he pulls to the inside of Shearburn, and that'll be move done for him. Shearburn's not going to fight that, not this early in the race. What we've got to do at this point, it seems, Justin, is just show your nose, get a bit of an overlap. The car on the outside's not going to fight it, not on this time, not on lap 5 to 400.
Yeah, if you go side by side this early and try and fight it, you're just going to burn up the tires and it will hurt you for the long run for your first pit stop. So if you've got someone underneath, you're likely going to be giving it right up. Here we go. Maines going to have the lead. Norden lets him go.
You talk about that pit stop. The windows, the pit stop window, the fuel window is going to be extremely crucial today. Drivers be trying to work it out, put themselves in the best spot right at the end of that final pit stop. What's the window look like for us here today, Justin?
Well, the common logic would be splitting it by 50s to try and hit every 50 laps or so. But remember, the most amount of fuel you can have in terms of a stint, about 66 laps here at Charlotte. So that means a lot of drivers may elect to try and stretch it out, bank on a caution, try and pin a few down cars, as well as try and see if they can cut out an extra pit stop or try and save some time for later on. Expect more drivers, though, to lean towards that 50, 50, 50, and so forth mark.
Garrett Lowe's got a few guys stacked up behind him now. Austin Yarborough has found his way by Justin Bolton, and he's trying to work his magic now on the back of that number 21 car. He's got to run off the turn 4, gets to the inside, and this should be move complete for Yarborough down to the bottom side of the track. No fight for Lowe.
Yeah, and we're seeing this right now from the Bobby Dale Earnhardt Legacy Esports drivers, as well as some of the slip angle cars. They are really quick, it seems, in the first 10 laps already of this run. Going to be interesting, though, how that speed carries forward once some of the tires starts to burn through. Keep in mind here, this noted from our director, Eddie Carter, you've seen him having to go on the clutch a bit here. Drivers may be overheating a little bit if they added too much tape and having to get on the clutch to cool off the engines.
Garrett Lowe looks like he's struggling just a little bit at the moment. He's not quite got that pace, does he?
Yeah, right now him and Bolton seem to be both dropping back like flies. They may be running something similar to the Coca-Cola 300 for the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Many other teams elected to change completely what they had even a week ago for that, for what to experience for tonight's race. Just seems like they don't have the short run pace. We'll see how they bounce back, though, once the long run comes in. They might have put more focus on that.
They are lining up and stacking up to get on by first and second at the end of qualifying, who are going to find themselves outside of the top 10 now as McKissick and Eddie Kerner will slide on by down at the bottom side. Boyd Hogan and David Lamb want their piece of it as well. Lined up behind, add to that picture 6, 7, even more cars, all stacked up in a train. There's no hole looking to fall for these guys. They're potentially going to fall all the way back to the fringes of the top 20 as Lowe finally finds a slot in line. But Hogan forces his way back down there.
Yeah, he's seen that. Hogan still had a bit of a run. Yeah, bit dicey there still, but if you have a chance to get by someone and they leave you the bottom line, 100 times out of 100, you're taking that opportunity to gain a position, gain some track position, and just make the move so you don't have to deal with it for the time being. Once again, though, you have to think about it. Later on, they might be interesting. Keep an eye as well, though, on one of the air cars coming up behind them as well. Michael Garigula, he's starting to come up in 15th position. One Thursday afternoon's NIS Open, he's up 8 positions, right behind the 10.
Just back behind him. They're side by side, in fact. That's Alan Provenzano, sorry, and Jake Matheson are running side by side, and It will be Allen that prevails. And immediately goes to the outside of him, down to the inside of Gallotta. Good move there, should pick him up another spot.
Yeah, you can definitely tell which drivers are able to cut their way around the corner, be able to arc it down properly, especially in 3 and 4. Be able to carry a lot of speed without having to get off the gas and getting too tight. You don't want to have too much speed too early on is the thing, because if you end up, say, being able to go full throttle the first 20 laps, you're likely going to have to be either very tight or snap loose after that point for at least a good 15, 20 laps. By the way, Will Norton back up the front. It'll be interesting if Garrett Maines tries to fight back, though.
You can see that top 3 still not covered by really anything at all. 0.2 of a second between them. And then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the field. Austin Yara is trying to bridge that gap. And he's sort of dragging Justin Levine with him. And then Eric Smith, the first of the rest of the pack that are really stacked up in each other's wake at the moment. Looking back from Will Norton, you can see the perspective back to the rest of the field as Garrett Maines closes up in that slipstream and lift off the throttle just a fraction. Down through turns 1 and 2 and back on the back straight. A lot of full throttle time. The slipstream definitely working for these guys to keep them all glued together. Remember, high downforce, low horsepower this package.
Yeah, clean air is king. If you're in dirty air, it can potentially even push you all the way up into the fence if you're not careful on the long run with the throttle. So you kind of need to essentially save when you're in this type of situation with how long of a race this can be today. So just be patient. Try and don't burn up the tires. Don't let the draft push you so hard down into the corner entry that it ends up burning and heating up your right front tire especially.
Expect a lot of these drivers as well to potentially be good on the short run or bad on the short run. Swap it out for the mid-run and then get good again when they come to the end. The car will go through a bit of a phase for these drivers. So someone like Garrett Maines, he's often good on the short run in fact. And then often falls away and then comes back the longer you get into the run. Just the way the car goes through a cycle through there, and then the setup works as the tires go through their cycle and get older and lose grip as well. And a few different teams will be on a few different setups that go through different phases, so we should see a few different leaders in this one.
I was actually talking a little bit with Garrett, was working a lot to try and fix exactly what you said for laps 15 through 30-ish. We'll see how it works out in the end. I've been spending a good few hours minimum all day today to prepare for this race tonight to showcase what he can do. Keep in mind though, Ryan, with all this racing going on the track, some of his teammates and fellow Alliance drivers are some of the quickest cars from the track. Boyd Hogan's been the quickest for about the past 8 laps on average for 5-lap speed. You also can put Eric Smith in that same grouping all the way in 6th position, just in front of him and just the back of the lead train.
Pretty impressed with how even the field is here, Justin, actually. All of them are in touch with each other, basically. There's no massive gaps anywhere in the field.
Yeah, eventually this field is going to break up, though, once you get those differences in tire wear and suspension build and how drivers have built their cars. Some teams say they are better at lap 40, for example. Other teams, they're better at this point of the run. So it's just that balance. We're seeing a bit of that balance come back in the way, though, of Bolton as well as for the 21 of Garrett Lowe. They fell off a lot on the short run. Seems now that they've been able to get into a rhythm, their pace is now coming back up and they're back inside the top 7 in average 5-lap speed.
Levine, Yarborough, Smith have all driven right up onto the back of that top 3 scrap as well. A little bit further back in the packs where we're watching at the moment on board with David Brown. And he's technically on the back of that lead lap scrap, as I said, no big margins, and they're all on a big train by themselves, but no one's pushing at this point in the race. They're all just sitting in and setting themselves up for the long haul here. Up at the front, they're starting to stack up behind Austin Yarborough, who maybe cops a bit of a whack and a push to pass, as Justin Levine will slide on by, and he'll drag 3 more with him. Yarborough will have to tuck in behind McKissick. It was starting to stack up behind him, and I wonder if Smith just gave him a bit of a touch, or whether Yarborough stood up of his own accord.
It looks like Yarborough going to let by Boyd Hogan, his team owner right there, but Eric J. Smith, that big green egg, had a big, fast run into turn 3. Didn't want to let off, and when you have such a big run, Ryan, a couple of the drivers in the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series have mentioned it, you do not give it up. Just a little bit dicey there. See how those drivers fare later on. By the way, shuffle for second, Sherburne past Maines.
Down in 1 and 2, easy as you like. Maines rolled off, let him go when he got to the inside. His side-by-side here, Doucette on the inside of Levine. McKissick will follow through as well. So Levine starting to fall backwards now. And Doucette is on the charge, rising up through the field after starting this one from 5th place. He fell back early, now he's coming back.
Keep an eye on McKissick, absolutely. We keep on mentioning those average times. Him and many of the Nexus cars have been quick, especially in the draft right now. It's just a matter of getting the valuable track position to account for it. Just 2 being positioned so far, McKissick just keeping it nice and calm. Working as well with Doucette and his fellow teammates here as they're starting to make their way up to the front. Some of their teammates are still all the way back in the last half of the field still, though.
Biggest mover is going to be Eric Smith, though, up 16 spots into start, so he's nice and smoothly worked his way through the field very well indeed. As a change of position here. That's the 36 going on by the 25 with relative ease, and that is a change for the lead as Chris Sherburne slides on by Will Norton.
Sherburne made it look very easy with the draft here, but here comes Eric J. Smith. He's now coming up and catching up to Maines for 3rd.
Shows a nose, Maines leaves the door ajar, and Smith slides on by. So his charge continues as Maines starts to fall away. Wonder if this is the point in the run where he starts to lose touch a bit with the setup, potentially, Justin.
Now, curious to see how Maines' car reacts here, especially with how he was working to try and find speed in the past hour or so, right before the drop of the green flag. This is around the point of the run, though, where he felt like the car went back in his direction before. We'll have to see how it bounces around this time. But already losing about a quarter of a car length off the corner exit. Still, though, has that valuable draft and still has that valuable track position overall.
Remember, though, they can make a few adjustments to the car down on pit road, but not life-changing adjustments. And the track as it is now, currently about 35 degrees track temp, which equates to a number in Fahrenheit that I have no idea what it is.
95.
95. Gonna change drastically by the time we get to the finish, because nightfall will descend over this track and it will cool down under the cover of darkness.
Yeah, I'm surprised how quickly it's actually heated up with how much rubber's built up. It's been clean and green so far, which is something many of these drivers have to definitely be happy about. There's been a lot of give and take so far in this race, some of the most give and take all season on the campaign. But keep an eye in mind still, there's still a lot of shuffling with some of the Air Coke drivers in the field who have been quiet. Therese is deep in the field, Nathan Lyon's deep in the field. A couple others also are still shuffling in the 20s.
Under a bit of pressure now from Doucette. Garrett Maines is definitely dropping a bit. He's now 8/10 off the race lead of Sherburne. Doucette's driving forward. His charge holds just a fraction by that number 1 machine. Maines traditionally has been, more often than not, the number 1 R-rated driver in the session. Every time we go racing here on a Friday night.
Yeah, that Richmond Raceway Esports development driver and Bobby Dale Earnhardt Legacy Esports driver has been fairly quick. It's just about making sure, thinks about big picture, tries to think about the points. That's something that's been a mantra that's been discussed. Has been doing a good job in following that mantra here tonight so far. Curious to see what he does when Doucette gets here. He's let everyone go when he knows they're a little bit quicker, especially since those Nexus cars, they're starting to run away now from the fellow teammates from Ames.
They hear from a source, reliable or unreliable, I'm about to determine the slip angle and Legacy work together for Road to Pro in terms of setup. Now, in terms of the A car and NIS, does that partnership remain?
As someone that, full disclosure, is a part of that said arrangement on the Legacy side, yes and no. It's yes and no. Let's put it that way. So information is shared at times, yes.
So potentially expect some of their cars to handle similarly towards the end of this race, or now even.
Potentially. And some of those cars have been looking really quick.
We'll keep an eye on those cars then throughout the course of the evening. As Garrett Lowe, is he coming back through the field now? Up into ninth for Justin Bolton, right there with him again. They've just made their way by Justin Levine.
Levine looks like he's starting to fall off a little bit with his race car all the way back to the back part of the top 10. And you talked about some of the adjustments. Many of these competitors may be thinking about how their cars are reacting so far in the daytime and may adjust some of the, say, some of the rake to try and affect the downforce down the straightaways, or the straight line speed rather, or speed throughout the corners, or might try and adjust the handling as well. It depends really on the preferences of the drivers. By the way, Big Green Egg, he's looking to try and take the lead up 18 spots now up in second.
Trying to go from the middle of the field to the front, Eric Smith. Look out for him because his car seems to be getting quicker and quicker as we go on, doesn't it here? Started off strong, and well, now he's challenging for the lead of the race. So certainly not fading away from him as we hit lap 40, which is definitely towards the end of the stint. You mentioned drivers probably going to split it 50-50 throughout the course of this race. We're almost there. We're on that 40 of 50 now in terms of our first pit window opening up.
And it's been very good so far. We do have a car down the pit lane. Connor Hales elected to send it down the past minute or so with significant right side damage. That is a massive hit on that 33. If you get any sort of a major aerodynamic damage, you're essentially done for the run. He's lucky this didn't bring out a caution because that 33 smacked the wall and spun around the full front stretch.
Oh, that thing snaps on him, didn't it? And yes, how did that not bring out a caution? He is stationary. He towed back to pit lane very quickly, which might have done the trick. But that car launched away from him. Nothing he could do to save that. So we stay green.
He was a good 5 seconds behind everybody else, was falling off and quickly was in the 31s. Everybody else is still in the 30.6s at the front of the field. So just hadn't had the pace, and now that car absolutely demolishes. Here comes the battle for the lead.
Right up on the back bumper, down the back straight. Eric Smith showing the nose. Shearburn not going to leave that door open for him, not this time by. Looking for a new race leader for the third time today, our third different leader. We've had Maines, Norton, Shearburn. Well, this should be our fourth different leader. I'll correct myself there. Eric Smith is looking fast, looking to the outside through 1 and 2. Trying to set himself up for a run down this back straight. Just misses it a little bit there.
Yeah, and he tried to get that clean air a little bit, trying different run, but just got way too tied up on that middle line coming off the corner to make it work. That's just the difficulty, Ryan, we're seeing here of trying to set up a pass in these types of situations on the long run is you can have the speed, but you have to try and make it work while using the bottom line because that's the quickest way. And if your car's not set up to try and arc it down the corner, it can get very tricky.
And it can be a hard place to pass, especially the longer we get into the race and the closer to the end we get. Drivers start to be more aggressive and not letting drivers behind get by them. They keep glued to the inside line. Suddenly, very hard to get on by them. Very much an inside dominant track, this place.
Indeed here, good example. Doucette, faster than Will Norden. Norden, who was leading some laps earlier, he might have burned up some of his tires. As Kim and Garrett Mays now look to take advantage, make it nil out of 3 cars for the spot.
On board with Norton here, as Maines made his way back by Doucette. Someone just quietly back in the pack as well who's starting to move up is Harrison Lyon, back in 15th place. He's pulled in almost a second over the last few laps on the leaders, so watch out for him as this goes on, as he makes up another spot now.
He's found some fellow Coca-Cola drivers to battle with a little bit here. A bit of a repeat from Tuesday a couple weeks ago. That car's been very quick though, from 34th up to 14th position, biggest mover so far.
Up 20 spots, and the run continues for him, although if Eric Smith can find this last overtake, he'll be up 20 spots as well, although he'll have nowhere further to go other than to extend a margin out of the front. Definitely look out for Lyon though as it continues. Very strong driver, of course, competes in the World Championship Series, and very good car, it seems, for the long stints.
You can see in this grouping of drivers on your screen too the difference that between Aurelia, Jerez, and Galata all were able to still cut the corner. The cars behind them, Team Toyota Co., they all had to lift hard off the gas. They started getting aero tight off the corner. So what these drivers have done has helped them be able to rotate, be able to go about, say, quarter throttle down to the bottom, back up, crack the throttle, hit the gas once more as they still shuffle around for third.
Shearburns managed to make himself a bit more comfortable at the front now, over Eric Smith, whose charge has just dissipated a little bit. He's now 2 tenths back. Good battle here as well for David Lamb, 30th place, trying to find his way by the 3-4 guys in front of him. And Harrison Lyon is at the back of this train now, up in 14th. Looking to make it even more. He's got Lamb just up in front, then Jose Solis Jr., Justin Levine, Brendan McKissick.
Now Lamb had a wild sequence throughout the week in one of the earlier NISs on Wednesday. Felt like he had a 28th place car. Came away with the top 5 in that said race. Kept on working at it to get speed throughout that entire race. Having some decent speed today as we look back at Norden and Co. He has already been shuffled back to 7th position in the running order. He's fallen off and quick.
That's Garrett Lowe that's gone by with Justin Bolton, so they are coming back, these guys. And Lowe's up into 4th place now. Bolton will follow as well as they go by Doucette. So the front row sitters, they fell away quickly early, but they're coming back on the long run.
Yeah, all the Nexus cars are starting to fall off a cliff here all of a sudden, about lap 45-ish. And bottoms open, here comes Lowe and Co. They are starting to push their way back up to the front, as you mentioned, now up to the top 3 again.
They got 2.6 seconds to race leader Shearburn, who's now got 3/4 of a second back to Smith. So he's starting to fall now, Eric Smith. He may fall into the clutches of Garrett Lowe and Justin Bolton in the not too distant future. Allo
Keep
and
in
Bolton, are they teammates, Justin?
I believe they work together on some of their Coca-Cola side of things, but they have been working together very efficiently to go through this field. Keep in mind, too, pit stops are eventually going to start getting underway. It looks like they're going to stretch it out here, as we're potentially talking about here, rather than going, what I was thinking was the potential 50-50-50. In case anything happens, they're trying to go as long as they can in the field, go as long as they can, and then mix up the strategy.
The danger is if you pit and a caution comes out before the majority of the field is also pitted, you find yourself trapped a lap down, having to take the wave around and ending up on much worse off tyres for the restart. So there is definitely a danger to that early pit stop, despite the undercut you may receive for an advantage if it does stay green.
Hit it right on the head, and keep in mind as well, the draft here at this track can be a difference of at least a few tenths of a second a lap. Yes, you may pull up in front, but say you have a group of drivers work together on the short run, they're going to take off and they're going to reel you in fairly quickly, even on a couple laps difference on the tires. Good example, if you have a caution, precaution, depending on the amount of tire cycles, if you say stay out for 20 laps, but you still run, say, 4 or 5 laps of green flag laps on those said tires, that can absolutely be crucial.
Check out the stack up for about 10th place here. That was actually a defensive move from McKissick there to cover off David Lamb, and Harrison Lyon gets into the back of him just a fraction. McKissick's checked up behind Yarborough. He doesn't want to lose a spot while he's trying to find his way by, so he moved it over to the inside, coming off of turn 4 to cover off Lamb, and eventually that hurts him enough for Lyon to get the run to get to his underside, down in 3 and 4, but Lamb, up on the top, carries the momentum and holds that spot. Potentially the top line starting to come in just a bit.
Indeed, and we have, speaking of drivers coming in, pit stops underway. Doucette had enough. He opens up the pit window.
This could trigger a reaction from the rest of the field here, because he stands to gain quite a bit with the undercut on the 4 fresh Goodyear tyres. If he gets a couple laps to himself out there. No one responds from that group on this lap, so Doucette could gain quite a bit if it stays green. Lyons still working on Lamb, still can't quite get by him. Slowly but surely, now it happens through turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, and that was inedible in terms of the speed. Levine sliding back, Lamb sliding back. All the Legacy Esports machines are starting to drop down that running order. Curious when they all communicate, when they may want to come on in here. They might try and stretch it again as long as they can here. No one else has followed suit after Doucette's decision to pit.
Well, in the 1 in a million chance that this race went green the whole way, if they do anything less than 66 laps per their stints, they're going to have to do an extra pit stop. So, something to bear in mind.
Yeah, it comes down to prioritizing. Do you want to prioritize the tires, or do you want to prioritize the pit stop? Speaking of pit stops, Lamb's in.
Jose Solis Jr. is going to work his way by someone now as Corey Brown down to pit lane as well. So more and more drivers starting to filter themselves onto pit road. Doucette picks up a penalty down in the lane. He was speeding, entering the pits. Had to remain stationary for a few extra seconds, and that's going to hurt him.
Oh, Yarborough just moved McKissick. Got moved out of the way by McKissick, meanwhile, to the quad oval for P9 and co.
Well, I mentioned McKissick has thrown the block on the car behind. Well, now he's thrown the bumper to the car in front. Here's the modem simulation replay. To come out of turn number 4, that's McKissick's second car in line. Gives him a big whack, and Yarborough had that thing hanging out sideways. Did a good job to catch it. Wild moment there. As you see as well, Harrison Lyon pitted as that happened.
Not him. Millard's now in. Kerner and Wenzel also coming in as well. So pit stops alive and well did some of the numbers. If you go about 66 each and every stint, gets you to about 5 total stops, but very still close on the fuel by about 4 laps. That would mark about 70 laps in the last stop. Some of these cars may have to go a 6th stop unless they get a caution flag if this goes green.
Which seems quite likely, doesn't it, Justin? At the end of 600 miles, the drivers start to fatigue, and the mistakes start to creep in, no matter how good you are. That's why this race is so tough.
And as well, one of the things to keep in mind as well is traffic. When you have all these drivers on different tire stints entire life, that can get dicey as Searburn comes on and in that very difficult entry.
Brings it down to the measly speed limit down on pit road. Remember, in NASCAR, no pit limiters on their cars. They've got to modulate that throttle and keep it under the limit themselves, using the gauges on their dashboard to try and figure out how fast they're going. Of course, in iRacing, they've got the actual speed up on their screens, which helps quite a bit. But very easy to accidentally speed coming in or out or through the lane.
Especially on the entry, because you're having to cut it right off the banking, straighten your full throttle down to the commitment cone and slam on the brakes. The best of the best drivers are the ones who maximize as much time as they can to save up to 1 to 2 seconds on pit stop entry. Lloyd Gray, I think, is the best example of that, where he's able to set it in so aggressively and just barely avoid speeding 9 times out of 10 by just having that amount of confidence. Some of these are cars like McKissick showing that same level of confidence on their pit stop entries here.
Timo Toyota down as well. Garrett Lowe and Justin Bolton still out on the track, the two that were charging as the run continued, going to extend it as long as they can. Here on lap 67, both of them opt to go another lap here, really stretching the numbers of the fuel on those Ford Mustangs. How much further can they go? Garrett Lowe's clutching. Interesting.
I think they're thinking about that, what I just talked about still being 4 off on the fuel if they go. I wonder if Lowe is trying to stretch it and get to that exact number a little bit more on this point of the run, sacrifice some time now, so he doesn't have to sacrifice it later as they come in.
Down into pits, all 4 locked up for the Lowe as he pulls it down to the pit lane speed limit. Justin Levine's got damage to the right side of that car. He's torn that thing up. He has slapped the fence somewhere out there on the racetrack, and he's down on pit road, getting 4 fresh tires and some repairs to that car. There is Garrett Lowe now, 21 down on the lane. Wood Brothers Racing in the Coca-Cola Series. Eric Smith puts in the fastest lap of the race with a 28.538 on lap 67.
By the way, the reason for the damage comes in part, unfortunately, for Levine from that fastest car on the pit stop exit for Smith. Got to the back end of Levine in turn 3 entry. Then clipped the apron. Levine tried to move up the track. Smith, though, was pushing up the track from clipping the apron and bumped Levine up into the wall and hit him in the which had that right front fender damage for the 24 machine.
Fine margins, unfortunately, and comes unstuck for him. So at the end of the pit window, everyone's shaken out and taking their stop now. Chris Shearburn continues as your race leader as Modem Simulation and bring us a replay of the contacts here with Levine and Smith.
It'll be just after the pit stop exit. You see right here, Levine already knows that Smith's coming. And right there, it seemed like Smith just bumped up off the apron or something on the bumps, right up into Levine, who was trying to move out of the way. And when you have significant fender damage like that, it kills your handling and straight line speed by at least a few miles per hour. It also pushes up that splitter and allows air underneath. That car is going to be tricky to run with unless he gets a caution to repair much of the damage.
Now, Lowe and Bolton stretching it to 68 laps. Yes, it's likely it won't stay green, but it's still important to stretch out the fuel as much as you can because you never know where that final pit stop's going to fall if you do get a caution. And if you've got a couple extra laps in the tank, you could be the only people able to make it home from the final portion of the race. So stretching your tank is still very important no matter how many cautions you get. Look at this battle though. Kerner remains. Kerner hard defense of Garrett Maines.
Kerner on 3-lap older tires here, really making Maines work. Finally though, just pushes up the racetrack, gets a little bit tight trying to hold on to the throttle. And here comes everybody else in the fresh tires as Kerner's trying to find that hole again.
And he will slot in line behind Will Norton. Eric Smith's gone to the lead of the race. Got by Chris Shearburn. Now sits about a 10th of a second in front of him. Harrison Lyon. I earmarked him that he was charging through well, through the pit stop phase. He's shaken out to third place. Picks up about 8 spots in that pit window.
Yeah, that undercut worked out fairly well for him, but he still has Maines on fresher tires. Norton and Kerner all closing in fairly quickly. That's going to hurt him a little bit on the short run. It's just going to be the matter of when the tires equalize out, and that's where he's hoping that does happen in about 15, 20 laps. So the laps and times that he has, the pace he has now, that drops off, going to balance itself out in about 15 minutes.
Garrett Maines not going to find a way by Halayan here. He's got more pace in him at the moment. To the inside, showing that nose, down that back straight. This should be move complete for your number 1 driver. Down the bottom side of the racetrack, as easy as you like, as Halayan, despite that, has enough experience to recognize the differences in their cars at the moment. Lowered Bolton, by the way, fell back to 11th and 13th with that pit stop. Staying out those extra laps hurt them in the short game, but again, they're playing a long game, those two.
Yeah, I think that's smart. Again, this is a long race where anything can happen throughout this entire run. They're planning for what could potentially happen. That's kind of how you have to plot your race. You can't just bank on getting a caution flag at any point. You have to plan out the race like you're going to go the full distance and adjust accordingly. And remember, some of the drivers in this race tonight, they work as spotters and crew chiefs for the Coca-Cola drivers as well for when they hit the racetrack. So they have a lot of experience mapping out that experience and trying to plot out their pit strategy.
Pretty close here. That's Timu Tweaker working his way on the back of Brett Hogan at the moment for 16th place. Just up in front of them. Up on the top of the racetrack. Gonna lose a spot here. That's Jake Matheson. Close group of cars here, actually, here, JP.
Yeah, I'm surprised with how the Nexus cars have been, though, in this grouping. Matheson and co. and some of his other teammates. Norton's been the best out of that bunch alone so far with a couple of the other drivers who've tried some undercuts. But they have just not been able to stick the track as they may have prepared for. But remember, some of the teams may be plotting out for when it gets completely dark because the handling of the car completely changes as that track cools down, as you've seen a few moments ago, and as the sun starts to set. It is, to put it bluntly, night and day difference between how the car handles in the daytime now and how the car handles in the nighttime.
Here's Bolton working his way on the back of Jose Solis Jr. at the moment for 12th place. Garrett Lotus up in front. Those two cars have been glued together like hot glue all race long. Looks like that trend's going to continue as we get forward into the middle stages of our second stint of the evening. Lowe's going to pick up another spot here, JP.
Yeah, I was going to say, lots of traffic in front of them as well. Still Wenzel and co. and a few other drivers who tried the undercut here. But it's been clear that Lowe and Bolton, they want to stick together as a group. Try and manage the traffic together. Whatever happens, they'll try and line up back bumper to bumper if they can. The tricky part is, they still have Jose Solis Jr., who still has decent speed here tonight to try and get on through before they can line up and plan each other out and figure each other out up here.
Let's take a look at the battle up at the front, though, because Shearbird is still glued to the back of Smith, and they've been like this pretty much ever since the pit stop cycle shaked out. Eric Smith was able to breeze on by Shearbird. But we saw Smith was flying through the field, didn't we, Justin? And then just sort of pitted out right at the end of the stint. So it's going to be interesting to see whether Shearbird is able to stick with Smith, and whether towards the end of the stint he starts to fall back towards him.
Yeah, that's the very difficult question once again here. But you have to wonder again, how did Smith get in front? We talked about how pit stop entry is very important before, Ryan. Smith had a faster pit lane by 1 second and a faster stop by half a second. That was just enough to be able to get him forward. And as well, think about this too. Pit box selection. Some drivers elect to, or prefer rather, to be up right at the front of the pit lane. If you're in the middle of the pit lane, it can be tricky. If you're at the back of the pit lane though, like Smith had about a good 20 stalls back, you're able to gain some positions each and every stop, and that may help benefit a little bit for Smith to plot out where his pit box is compared to where Shearbird, where we have to try and find it at the very front of the pit lane.
Very close here as they are bump drafting their way to find themselves ahead of Austin Yarborough as Robert Miller, who goes by with help from Solis Jr. Boyd Hogan and Ryan Doucette are lined up trying to get by as well. Yarborough definitely struggling now. McKissick will get down to the bottom side of Doucette as Yarborough dives down to the inside of the racetrack to try to cover off the flow of cars that were coming on by him. McKissick slides up the track on the exit of turn 2.
A bit of frustration shown a little bit there from the last time the 7 in the 51 were lined up, bumper-to-bumper contact. And had to check up hard for Miller and just lets by McKissick in the process. Yeah, it looks like Yarborough's absolutely fallen off a cliff in his pace right now. He is a good 4/10 a lap off. Compare that to Tierras and Co. They're still in the 30.2s.
Yeah, that car is not working for him at the moment. He is going to need to make some adjustments down on pit road and hope that the car comes to him as night falls over the racetrack here. It's about 6:30 in Sims time. So the sunset should be about an hour away, expect.
It's still a long time and still a lot of sunshine to deal with. But P3 might be about to heat up a little bit because Norden, Lyon, Kerner, and Co. have reeled on in Garrett Maines by about 1/10 of a second a lap here. And this is right about that point of the run where Maine starts to fall off just a little bit.
Like clockwork. As the stint goes on, he starts to fall back then. So Will Norton will challenge, and he will challenge successfully across the stripe. He'll get by in turn 1, and Maines again not going to fight. That tail will unfold very differently for all of the drivers when we get into the final 50 or so laps of the race. Mo would have been rolling off and letting people by at that point.
Yeah, at that point of the race, that's where people are going to get defensive. But as we talked about, it's called race management. It was talked about specifically by some crew members that work in NASCAR before, like Francois Bartier, who was a part of SS Greenlight with Ray Black Jr. and Co. at the time. One of the main things is trying to manage the race and thinking about the big picture and managing every pass. Trouble for Maines, nearly slid and clipped the apron.
Kept it together just about, but that'll allow Harrison Lyon to go on by him. We're going to replay here thanks to Motor Simulation and what happened. Garrett Maines.
You're going to see it right here. Tries to get that wide arc down, but right here just gets a little bit loose, clips the blue line in the apron. Just was able to save it before snapping around. And Line takes advantage for the spot.
These guys are about 4 seconds. They're falling away from Eric Smith and Chris Shearburn. They're not getting any quicker, not at this point of the race. So definitely the pace with the top two. But Garrett Lowe and Justin Bolton, they're the ones that are performing very well. They're actually closing in on Smith and Shearburn.
Yeah, again, the Coca-Cola drivers rising their way up to the cherry point top at this point. And that, remember, they've got the freshest tires on the track as well, by a good 7+ laps in some cases. That's where that balance of staying out as long as they did, goes right back their direction.
Approaching a quarter race distance as well. Lap 100 of 400 about to come up for us. Here on the iRacing Esports Network, brought to you by SimSpeed TV. 600 miles at Charlotte, well and truly underway now.
Yeah, this has been a great way to start off this race. Already nearly a full hour of racing action, not a single caution flag, barely any contact from driver to driver. Everyone is being nice and careful around the racetrack, and this is exactly what you want to see as a competitor. Long, clean, green races that test your abilities from all the way from start to finish.
Garrett Lowe's about to find some more opposition to contend with, and as I say that, I guess it comes in a package deal with Bolton now. Every time we mention one of those two names, Eddie Curter and Garrett Maines just up in front of the number 21 car, looking to put themselves up inside of the top 5 as they close outside number 4, just up in front of Timo Toyota, who you're watching at the moment.
Yeah, and Toyota, remember, came away with the victory at Martinsville last race for NIS competition. Fairly sporty in that one, and what was a crazy race at Martinsville. Speaking of sporty, Lowe and Bolton, they have been very sporty throughout this entire race. They may have one of the best strategies of the race. It's just going to be the matter of will they be able to take home the checkered flag if this keeps on going and going and going like it's been going so far. Still a way to go.
They found their way by pretty damn quickly there. Lowe and Bolton charging 6 seconds back now from your race leaders. So we're about 7 seconds back. Probably expecting to get to maybe about 4 seconds here with some clean air before they have to bring it down to pits.
Give a shout out though again to Eddie Curter, who is, we talked about this, won the Landing Council's qualifying challenge just last week. Ryan came away with the top prize by 1/1000th of a second with his best qualifying lap attempt at Darlington. $10,000. The top prize coming over on top of Donovan Strauss for that prize. What a way to put yourself on the map like he did. And by the way, he's one of the top contenders in Road to Pro point standings too.
Not a bad day out on iRacing, and a bad payday for a lap around a racetrack. But as we hit lap 100 and we hit quarter race distance, here on the iRacing Esports Network, we're going to take a small break. When we come back, 300 laps still to come here in Charlotte.
The latest cool cars is now on Giltrap.com as the Porsche Taycan.
Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network. Our coverage of the Crown Jewel, the NASCAR iRacing Series season continues. Garrett Lowe and Justin Bolton, their charge continues now up into third and fourth. They've just found their way by Will Norton, and they're now just 5 seconds off your race lead. So they are charging through the pack, and they look to be very strong today, Justin.
Yeah, they have been working together hand and fist throughout this entire race so far in this entire run. They tried to stretch the field. It's been working for them so far. Keep in mind, Harrison Lyon and Jose Solis Jr., they've also quietly moved their way up to the field, up double-digit positions as well, all while others are going backwards throughout the field, and whatever adjustments they may have made to counter for speed, their handling has gone the opposite way.
The only question mark I have over Lowe and Bolton then is how is their car handling going to remain once the track evolves and changes by the time we get to that checkered flag? Is it still going to be as sweet a setup as it seems to be at the moment when the track falls under night, guys? Because whatever they've got the car running on now is working a treat, but you've got to have it set up for the end of the race, not the start of the race. That's the only issue, I think, for these drivers we may encounter.
Indeed here, as Yarborough's out of the race. Yeah, that's going to be the tricky part, and a lot of teams, again, build their setups accounting for the nighttime. Others, they may build it for this portion of the race. Not sure what would happen at this point, and knowing how important it is to be at the front to help you with the nighttime. And then they have a list of potential adjustments that they can make to make it better for the nighttime skies. Whether it's adjusting the rake or the downforce levels by lowering or lifting the back end of the race car, or trying to make it tighter or looser in a specific part of the corner. All of that, again, comes down to driver preference, team preference, and experience, again, to know that.
Yeah, exactly. But, I mean, they've worked hard on their setup. They know that the race is going to end at night, so it's not like they're going to get caught out by it coming into the race. They fully knew what was going to happen. So, we'll see how it evolves. And where's Austin Yarborough got to?
He's done for the race, it appears. Second DNF of the night.
He'll join Connor Hale as a retirement then. A few guys a few laps down. Joseph Gallotta is 3 adrift, and then Ryan Doucette, Tyler Armstrong, Jacob Fife, Jake Hickson, and Patrick Moose all a lap down. Remember, Doucette had that penalty for speeding on pit road, so that's why he's back there as well.
And that's one of the tricky things, too, when it comes to having a speeding penalty with a long run such as this. Normally you're thinking, okay, I'll be okay if I get to the lucky dog spot on the next caution. Then you get a long run like this. That's where that completely goes out the window, and you're just hoping you get to the next person that was just lapped by the leader. On the bright side, if you are Doucette, only a few drivers are a lap down. J-Bo, Patrick Moose, Hickson, Armstrong are up in front of Doucette on the running order.
Hey, what did I say? They'll probably get to 4 seconds off your race lead for the pit window. Well, they're going to completely eclipse that here. Garrett Lowe and Justin Bolton, 3.6 back now. I've got to give a shout out to Matt Danson, who's feeding me lots of very useful information throughout the course of this evening at the moment, who of course competes for the Horizon Racing team, has been in top split in NIS and competes in Road to Pro as well. Involved in a pretty big organisation there with Ashton Crowder as well, who is of course a competitor in the main games, so he's apparently a reliable source that I've been trusting.
Well, a good person to talk to, I'll say that, when it comes to setup knowledge, absolutely.
I'm impressed how close these two have remained. Not Lowe and Bolton, but Smith and Shearburn.
Yeah, they have stayed lockstep in pace. They have been within a 10, even 100th of a second each and every lap. Now, again, Who's going to be the leader, I think, is going to come down to who blinks first for their respective pit stops. They still have at least 10 laps before they have the projected stops. But many others, they've elected to pit earlier this run. They struggled, some drivers. They've elected to peel off. David Lamb and co., they're now in the pit lane, for example, for the undercut.
In lap 118 of 400. So we expect Lowe and Bolton to pit around lap 136. That'll put it in a 68 lap stint again. Eric Smith, Chris Shearburn, somewhere between 120 to 130, I suspect. Maybe a little bit after.
Can you hear that, though, on the engine? Same thing we've seen from Lowe and Bolton. He's now trying to save that fuel a little bit to make it a few more laps longer. Shearburn might be seeing this and doing the exact same thing. Yes, backing off.
Talk us through it then, Jay.
Well, we'll see here. Smith trying to break up the draft down the backstretch and right here. Last time, in the past couple of times, he had been going off and clutching, coasting.
Safe.
This time, allowed it to roll. Yeah, continuing to just save on fuels. Continues to save. And caution!
No. Caution comes out, and all of the talk with strategy becomes mute. Because you're all going to be brought down to pit lane in unison here. Why did we have a caution? Justin Levine. His car looks even more torn up than it did earlier on. Is that your reason? There's a car spun there down the exit to pit road. Moment simulation will tell us the tale. On the back of Harrison, Lyon turns him around up into the fence. No!
Gonna be a few choice words after that one, and that's one of the dangers of trying to go for the undercut, is having much fresher tires by 2 seconds. That time, Levine tried to lift very hard. Lyon wanted to hold the bottom and collected Boyd Hogan and co. in the process.
Harrison, Lyon, and Boyd Hogan, they're going to be dirty about that. I had Lyon pegged as one of the people to potentially be in contention of a race win by the time we got to the end of the race. Saw how strong he was at the end of the first stint. Justin Levine, a slight mistake, and 3 guys out of the running now. So everyone's going to come down to pit road. They got 2 cans of Snurko fuel, 4 fresh Goodyear tyres. It does mean that Lowe and Bolton will now end up on the same fuel window as Smith and Shearburn, but still, the option for them to extend their fuel to 68 laps on this next stint if it goes green.
And now it gets tricky with the calculations here, because now that everyone's bunched back up once more, does it become caution break caution, or do we get an long green flag run? Again, it's dictated by how these drivers run. On the bright side, if you're a fan of Justin Botello, he's back in the lead lap, folks.
Lucky dog. And if you need a NASCAR, I'm not calling him a dog. It's called the Lucky Dog. First car a lap down gets a free wave around the pace car. Whether it be 1 or 2 laps down, you get one of those laps back. And for him, it puts him back on the lead lap here. Race off pit road, going to be won by Garrett Lowe. No, Chris Shearburn. Sorry. Chris Shearburn wins it. Garrett Lowe is second out of Justin Bolton. Where's Smith gone? Oh. Smith actually won it. He was so far in front, Justin, I didn't see him.
Dead even pit stop time, though, with Shearburn this time. Just put it right to execution. And as we've talked about, again, pit stop selection based on your qualifying here on the iRacing service. He's got the ability to just come into the pit lane, especially as up at the front, and just right past one of the access roads, able to duck on in. Compare that to Shearburn. He's having to find his pit box in basically a hornet's nest of other stops. If he's in traffic, that gets tricky. So that pit stop selection based on track position may come in handy for a couple drivers later on.
Number 1 pit stall, very crucial, isn't it? What's the advantage for the number 1 pit stall then, JP? Tell us, why is it so crucial to be that driver that gets that stall and to get it, be first in qualifying.
Well, you essentially only have to move about a few feet or so once you get back on the gas. That is able to gain you at least a position or two every single pit stop. Near guarantee based on how close you are to the cars in front of you, etc. when you enter the pits. So it can gain you a lot of time under a lot of the caution flags here.
And of course, in real life, they have the option to choose their pit box based on where they qualify. Leader always chooses pit stall number 1. In iRacing, where you qualify is where you start, is where your pit box will be. So it'll always be number 1 will get pole. Pole will get the number 1 pit box, there on down. But as you mentioned, big advantage for drivers when they get it. So your top 5 will remain unchanged for this restart. Our first one of the day. On lap 126, we'll go back racing. What a fantastic opening stanzas for the race, though, Justin.
I'm surprised we went green for that entire run so far, about 120-something odd laps. There was a chance if that didn't happen, we might have gone all the way to the checkered flag at the rate we were going. It's just been a blistering quick race so far, and it's challenged a lot of the patience of some of the drivers and their ability to think big picture. Now with everyone else bunched back up together, we'll see again how these drivers and what they've done in the past 50 laps at least or so and under some of these pit stops, how they are now in traffic again.
Lights out, 1 to go signal. And we get to see everyone's favorite flag man in action once again, JP. Barney up on the flag stand, as he's been colloquially named by Mike Joy, and it's stuck now across the iRacing community.
Name was around for about a year or so, give or take, maybe, but wasn't well known until the Pro Invitational races, we'll say that.
Yeah.
Give credit, though, again, to, you may have noticed in the second race of the racing back for NASCAR in the Cup Series, Joey Aycock, the flagman for NASCAR Cup Series competition. Watch the social media video on the mockumentary 30 for 30 about Barney and went to perfection to recreate it for the start of that race for the Toyota 500 this week.
Well, that green flag's going to wave again. There it is. Green flag flies in Charlotte for the second time today. Great jump from Eric Smith. Jumps out ahead of Chris Shearburn down into turn number 1. Garrett Lowe's got Justin Bolton, who was outside, who now falls back behind Will Norton. And Jose Solis Jr. going to try to slot in there as well.
As mentioned, very important to just find your way to the bottom of the racetrack. Hold on to the blue line for dear goodness sake. Couple drivers, though, struggling with a bit of pace off this jump. Garrett Maines got passed on the outside by a couple Nexus drivers.
Top 10, 15, single file. They're just trying to sort out the positions further back. That's Tweaker, stuck up on the top of the racetrack at the moment. Finds a place in line as they go side by side behind him.
Now it gets tricky, though, with drivers back on equal tires here. How will they fight and how will they battle around this track? The interesting dynamic of the day has been Smith versus Shearburn, but I think the interesting dynamic we're both keeping an eye on now, but especially now the fuel-saving strategy out the window potentially based on some of the math, how Lowe and Bolton carry their speed after they let everybody go in the short run last time.
Well, big advantage here for Lowe and Bolton because they get to start a lot closer to the leaders at the start of the stint than they did last time by, and if they extend the behind them, they should be in a good spot. So, if they can keep some of the short pace they had from stint 2 as opposed to stint 1, could be in a good spot if this does stay green for a while.
Yeah, this allows them to gain up a lot of the time they would have been behind from their fuel saving and stretching out as long as they could the last time. But referring more to when the drop of the green flag in the initial start, they drop like rocks. This time, they're staying nice and consistent in the short run, it seems, here. As a lot of shuffling behind them, Still around that 7th on back spot.
There to the inside of Eddie Kerner as Maines in front, goes to the inside of Jose Solis Jr. as well. All those spots will get made up as Gariglia slides on by Kerner, and Tires will get down there as well.
Kerner's really struggling on the short run. He does have a touch bit of right side damage. It is very minuscule if you look towards the 9 Machine's right front hood, like a little tiny crack. Even that much can throw the balance of your car off by at least a couple tenths of a second. Yeah, right there, you see that? Just that amount of damage throws off the symmetry and how the body and aero is handled on the car and makes it tricky to drive off the corner in a lot of the cases.
And that camera angle brought to you by SimSpeed Ultra Zoom. Look at that in front of him. Trying to find a way by. Struggling to quite get the car there as Tires now gets it to the inside of Gariglia and they'll switch around.
Having a lot of good speed in the 15. Gariglia having a lot of game positions. Now that he's close to one another once again, I'm curious if he can work his way into the lead group by the end of this race. He's methodically been cutting his way up inside the top 10 all throughout the night tonight.
He has indeed, and we've hit a 3rd race distance now as well. The race is going by very quickly here. We're only about an hour and 10 minutes in.
On average before tonight, races were going for this full distance event on average about 3 to 3.5 hours for top split drivers the first 2 days of competition. They have a lot to be proud of with how they have raced so far in this race tonight. Again, mostly clean for the most part, just that one caution flag with the difference on tires. Everyone else has had a lot of give and take. Just as I say that, a lot of fighting for the bottom.
Maines out of the bottom side of the 16. We almost whacked the fence there, actually. That was Junior. And on board with Santiago Tires. He's got a front row to this battle. He'll try to follow Garrett Maines through here. He'll leave that door ajar. And it's going to be very tough for Junior to close it before Tires gets there. In fact, Tires is already there, down to the bottom side. When you get stuck up top, it is impossible to stem the flow until there's a bit of a gap that forms. As you see there, he loses 3 spots, just like that.
Yeah, you can't just simply hold onto the gas and floor it and fight and try and hope you can hold onto the spot. Because if you do that, you're likely arrow pushing up towards the wall, or you're heating up that right front tire and you're going to be feeling it about 15 laps from now. So that's been, again, what we've seen all night. If you lose the bottom, you let off the gas, try and find the next hole, contact in front.
And up into the wall goes Will Norton. Damage to the right side of that car, and he will lose a dozen spots. Damage to the left side as well. A bit of paint spray. The right is beat up. We'll get a replay of what happened for Norton. He was up there in about 5th place before it happened.
Yeah, he actually tried to fight hard on Garrett Maines, and Maines nearly clipped the apron a little bit. Just keep an eye on the apex of 1 and 2 and how close they get right about here-ish. Tries to give the pinch. Maines slips off the bottom a touch. Slight bit of contact, but a lot of damage is done for Norton. That car, it's going to be in massive trouble the rest of this night now.
He's going to be hoping for a quick caution here.
No doubt, that's going to be at least 30-plus seconds of damage. And with that, you're at least half a second off the pace. Speaking of off the pace, Sherburne's been much slower this run, has been really backing off a tenth of a second to Eric J. Smith, and everybody's starting to stack up like Legos behind him.
I like that saying. I might steal that. Names down the inside of Bolton. Garrett Lowe up top as well. Is this where Lowe and Bolton start to pull backwards a little bit? Look at this stack up and what of cars. Led by Chris Sherburne. Eric Smith is checked out up front, and they are scrapping for second. Lowe still trying to fend off Garrett Maines. Doing a good job up top actually here, isn't he?
Yeah, down the back straightaway, got a huge block from Sherburne. Don't know if he liked that too much. Making it work on the high side, wow.
It's the first time today we've seen that work.
Yeah, he felt like I think he was much quicker than Sherburne. And now, have to see if Justin Bolton's able to follow him on through here as Tires now gets by Maines.
Ooh, that was very close. To the left door of Maines there from Bolton as he went on by. Look at all the cars stacked up behind them. Michael Gariglia wants a piece of the action now. Maines can't defend him. Jose Solis Jr. is back there too. For the first time this race, Lowe and Bolton have been separated. Lowe runs second, Bolton back in fifth now.
As mentioned, not a surprise we're seeing this pace from the 15 of Guerrilla tonight. But again, Maines right on cue, falling off a bit too hard in the corner, nearly hit the 15. And this grouping you're talking about goes all the way back to about 17th, 18th on back in this train.
Almost smells a bit like trouble here, actually. A lot of moving pieces in this group at the moment. And they're all on pretty old tyres by this point. About halfway through the stint. Definitely not optimal grip for them. And they're starting to get into a phase where the track is starting to cool down as well. As it slowly starts to get closer and closer to night time, you can see there. So, they're about to enter that middle phase between one extreme and the other, but the setup's not going to be that great.
Now back to the drawing board potentially for Maines. All the way back because he got stuck that long to 15th position. That's got to be frustrating absolutely as a driver. That was the first hole he can find. He's got the speed to be in top half of the field. It's just been, again, the luck and the trickiness compared to some of the others who are able to carry more on throttle time through apex off and in turn gain positions.
His Tira is working it, trying to find a way to the third. Gets to the inside, the door's left ajar, but was it a good option from Sherburne to let him go through? Can he find a hole before he falls back to where Garrett Maines went? He will, right there, right in front of Gariglia. He's able to slot down.
Whatever Sherburne did during the pit stops may not be working a little bit for his pace. Yeah, and I think knows he's got something going on. Letting by drivers at this point, just be more conservative this run. That has allowed Smith to set sail by a whopping 2.9 seconds. This is unheard of in NAS competition with this type of field.
But you see it, but not very often. And with how close the field was before this caution period, very surprised to see that margin open up.
Let me put it this way, Ryan. an A-Open competition where a lot of drivers take some time to race, get a feel of their cars. For NIS, there's times where you see 15-20 seconds over a full field run, depending on who's in the field and some of the mixtures of drivers. Haven't really seen that come into equation in a long while in NASCAR iRacing Series competition with the different drivers in this grid. He is still a 1/10 of a second faster a lap than everybody else in this train.
Extending the margin too, out to 3.1 seconds. So he's loving the battle that goes on behind him as Sirius has found his way up to second. Can he find a way to increase the gap to the guys behind now that he's got clean air? Look at that. The whole field almost back to about 15th on back, all stacked up in a solitary little snake of cars.
Yeah, this has been incredible how these drivers are stuck together in this group in this entire run. Normally you see the pack break up to groups of 4 or 5 here at Charlotte in the mid-run. Not been the case in this run so far because of how the drivers were held up a bit at the front and how everyone else, I think, just burned up their equipment so much trying to get by one another and try and get by Sherburne and so forth. It's just kind of heated up everybody's tires and everybody's just trying to play catch-up. How they handle it is going to be interesting. Again, how they play this here. As one car got shuffled out to the bottom, Seth Noel at the back of the group and nearly hit the back end of David Brown.
For Mrs. NIS are back together, Low and Bolton, 3rd and 4th on the track. And working hard on the back of Tiras. Looks like they've got some pace now. It's that time of the run again.
Yep, this is where they are showing that speed. They have been much better on the short run this time. Much better on the short run than the initial start. Curious though again, how defensive is Tires? We've seen a lot of give and take. Might see some give and take here if they get the run heading to the bottom side in turn 1. No. By the way, the top 6, all eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers line. All top 6.
Eric, give me a sense ago that Tiras, Garrett Lowe, Justin Bolton, and Michael Gariglia, and Chris Shearburn. Brendan McKissick as well in 8th. We saw a similar deal at, I think it was Auto Club, which is still one of the best races we've covered, where there was so many Coke drivers. It was top 10 at one point. And they were 3 and 4 wide for the entire race.
That was I was in that race, and it was the most terrifying race I've ever been a part of in NIS competition, because it was like a brick wall of cars trying to get by all the pros at that time, where it was like, okay, I'm going to go to the bottom. I mean, we'll get shuffled out. Try and use the apron. I mean, we get screened out. Try and use the high side. That doesn't work. So it really tested a lot of drivers in how willing they were able to make some moves and how much give and take some of those competitors had in that type of race.
Man, it was fun to watch, though. I wish Auto Club had 2 races this season for that exact reason. Nonetheless, we're here at Charlotte. It's a completely different track. 1.5 miles compared to 2. And nowhere near as wide open. Oh, trouble in the back. 1 car around, 1 down on the apron. Caution will come out. David Brown.
And that was that grouping with Noel again. Caught up to him very quickly through 1 and 2, it appeared. And it just looked like Brown had the back end just kick out just a little bit. One of the Nexus drivers. Right about here, try to ride the middle line. Starts to fishtail right into the 32.
They both escape much damage. Missed the fence.
Yeah, I think he was actually trying to let Noel go a little, maybe down the back stretch. Just right there, just walk down on the track, and that's what I was talking about with some teams. Past 20 laps, if you don't drive the track right, you are going to be snapped loose just like that. That time it was snapped right down across the fender of his fellow competitor.
So back to pit road we come, and the field will be neutralized once again. Good news for some, bad news for others. Who's the biggest winner and loser out of this show?
Well, I think Eric Smith is the biggest loser out of the, potentially one of the bigger losers, because he had really tried to test the limits of his car. Went up to 4 seconds, was starting to get reeled back in, yes. But he, I think, wanted to see how the car was driving. One of the other drivers that are saying hooray, we've seen it, Jake Hickson, the lucky dog, and a couple others may be able to gain a lot of time. Lowe just came out as the first driver off the pit lane, in fact.
And a bad stop for Smith.
Yeah, had taken at least an extra second or so, maybe not have got directly up to the pit sign. Pit service might not have gotten started, and that might have cost him. But that first pit stall was able to get Lowe out in front of Tires once more. A full second quicker as a result in the lane. Apparently, though, as well, Matheson is technically scored in front of these drivers who also came down that pit lane, but did miss his stall, I believe. J-Bo didn't come down the last time by. And not a surprise they come. Yeah, you're not going to see that type of strategy try and play itself out, Ryan, until maybe the final 20 laps if it comes down to a short run to end the race.
As a driver, JP, pretty decent driver. How hard is it to think about that strategy game when you're focused on the racetrack and what's in front of you if you don't have someone in your rear helping you out?
It depends on driver to driver, in my opinion, where a lot of drivers are good and very good, should say, on being able to self-manage and have the setup knowledge to do everything they can on their own if need be. Others, for me, do need a bit of help for some of the adjustment side, honestly. But it's also the tricky part of trying to make sure you don't think so much about your strategy that you end up losing focus and you're not going what you need to be doing at the time in terms of effort, and it ends up making mistakes. That's the tricky part, is trying to keep yourself focused so much on the drive itself that you don't allow the numbers to be able to fog your vision. One to go signal, it looks like here, Ryan, on the racetrack as well for these drivers. Couple drivers with that yellow rolling the dice a little bit, actually, to try and get back on the lead lap. This is the biggest gamble of them all here, too, for Allen. You see it on the bottom. 43 lap old tires. If he doesn't get a quick yellow, Ryan, he is very much in trouble.
Ah, yes. Whoops. Yes, indeed he is. I wonder how long I was forgetting to push that button to talk. A while, yeah. Well, Looking to go back racing here. And going to be very interesting to see whether Garrett Lowe can keep his car up at the front, as opposed to what happened at the initial race start. Definitely looks like he's improved over the course of the race as we look to go back racing. And we get that green flag flying for the third time today, back underway in Charlotte.
And already most of the top 5 able to shuffle to the bottom. Tires, though, first driver on the outside line, couldn't find a hole to move to that blue line.
Look at this, Eric Smith to the bottom of Garrett Lowe. They're all stacked up behind him at the moment. Justin Bolton down the inside, just clipped the apron, struggling on those cold tires. The car stepping away from him just a fraction. Santiago Tires and Chris Shearbird are back there too, and the caution's going to fly.
Well, there's the caution the 22 wanted. Oh, no, he's in it.
It's unfortunate. Corey Brown's gone around, big damage to the front of his car, but Alan Provenzino down on pit road already, it seems. So too David Lamb.
Well, sometimes you want the caution to happen. You just don't want it to be happening to you, and that's unfortunately the case for the 22. Got involved after he took the wave. Lamb and Co. also involved. Not the doing of the 22, mind you. It was just up the road where Corey Brown and make contact with David Lamb, pinballed around, and nowhere for the 22 to go as they ricochet off the safer barrier.
Well, that's the issue with being back in the pack, Justin. Sometimes you can't avoid those dramas in front of you, especially on an oval. Nowhere to go. You see the replay here. Corey Brown up on the top side of the racetrack, going backwards through 3 and 4. Caught on the outside of 3, cops a hit into the fence. He goes and nowhere to go. He almost made it through. Just got tagged by the rear end as he slid on by and into the number 30 of David Lamb. He led.
Well, big hit there. Take a look and listen on board here.
Nothing he could do.
Yeah, just got clipped by the right rear. May have had a shot if he avoided the first initial contact. But even then, would have been tricky to lock up the brakes in time to get by Lamb and weave his way to the right.
No one opts to pit this time by. They've only done a couple laps.
Oh, we actually did have some pit stops, actually, though, Ryan. 14th on back, elected to mix up the strategy here. Get slightly fresher tires by only a couple laps.
Looks like Eddie Curtis down on pit road. Now, remember, 90% of the season in the NIS series is half length. We only have 3 full-length races, and this is one of them. So normally we'd be getting to, 34 to go here, but instead we still have a whole other 240 to go in this race. Now's when the drivers are really going to start to feel how long this one is.
Yeah, normally you try and plan things out. If you're someone like Jacob Fry, you're thinking, oh boy, if it gets crazy in these next 20 laps, I might be able to get up from 23rd, where I'm now at, to potentially a top 15 if I keep myself clean. No. Like in real life, have to plan out for the full distance, for the full 400 laps and 600 miles. It's the longest race of the season for a reason. It can challenge the patience of drivers. And you don't know when you're going to get lucky dogs like Jacob Fry had, and never know when the next cautions are going to fly.
Anything can happen. Well, we saw a 120-lap green flag run to open up the evening. We get another one of those at a person about lap 280. From this point on, I'm just trying to work out here, Justin, if we put it at about 65 laps a stint, 3 more stops to get home.
Yeah, I've been doing those calculations all throughout the night. Still looking like it's going to be tricky either way. We'll say that. You were talking about half distance. The strategy is usually simple. It's usually a two-stopper. You plan out for the race distance, make it to the respective window accordingly, come on and in. Cautions, throw some wrenches, maybe make it into a one-stopper, or in some cases, the next track we're at, Kansas, which has seen some fuel mileage races before. Here, again, you've got to plot it out for the entire race. So, if you're any of these drivers, you're talking over the radio to your fellow teammates and trying to figure out, when do you guys want to pit? When do you think we can go? Do you think it's going to stay green? All while trying to stay loosened up and staying focused and trying to not be 100% tense at the wheel.
Cautions are difficult too as a driver. You're hyped up, ready to go. Especially back-to-back cautions. What you want to do is get out there and race and put some laps on the leaderboard, but you're circulating at about a minute lap times. Minute and a half lap times behind the pace car here, which is extremely tough to get yourself ready, especially if you're someone that has a lot of nerves and stuff with this racing, which is something even real drivers have had, more so than their real races we've heard. It is very difficult here.
And that's why in some cases, it's good to have good teammates that you know all work together well, but can also have fun. There's been a lot of interesting moments and a lot of fun moments during some of these pace laps amongst some of these teams. They've probably been having some fun to keep nice and loosened up the past couple laps, but now that it's time to get serious, they're focused on one thing. Get through the gears well enough. Don't jam up into neutral while going from second to third or third to fourth, and get a good launch in first gear.
Well, we're restarting in second gear, of course, which is the optimal range for minimal tire spin, maximum launch.
Remember though,
JP?
first gear, you can get a good amount of rev if you hit it right. Most drivers have been doing that all week, Ryan.
There you go. Eric Smith to the green flag. Flying, restarting once again at Charlotte on lap 168. Good jump for Smith. Stacked up behind Garrett Lowe, who slots in behind his buddy Bolton. 2x2 behind them.
Yeah, played that perfectly. Got the good launch in first gear. Everyone else, if you rush it too much, you get stuck at the top end, right at the end of the RPM band, and that can slow you up just a little bit. That looks like it happened a little bit for some of the Coke drivers up at the front.
Here is Chris Steerburn, looks to the inside of Lowe. We've seen Garrett look strong on the top side, but not this time by. Tyres still too cold, potentially. He'll lose 2 spots as Santiago Tires goes by as well. Behind them, McKissick under pressure from Griglia.
Now let him right on by. Got to the bottom side. Bit of trouble behind them. Toyota nearly pushed up the hill.
Holds onto it, stays in 9th place here. Look at that behind them. That looks like Eddie Kerner down on the inside. And it is. He's got nowhere to go in front. Just to his outside is Steven Steffen, who now falls backwards, and Will Norton following Kerner through.
And it looks like a lot of these drivers who are letting cars go. Thinking big picture. Looking like Maines might be able to let on go right here. Yes, just got to the quarter panel of Toyota.
Good battling here on lap 172 in this one. Toyota will lose the spot and tuck in line behind Presley Sora. First time we've seen him up inside the top 10 all day long, as Garrett Maines is trying to recover from some bad luck. Now back in 9th on the back of Jose Solis Jr. Brendan McKissick right up in front of him.
Looks like these drivers are losing some touch, though, to many of the Coke drivers. This is going to be a little bit tricky and a bit frustrating here. They're losing now about a tenth to a half a tenth a lap.
Eric Smith's pulled a good margin over the field at the moment. Back to Chris Shearburn. Therese, Bolton, Grigley are all very comfortable. Garrett Lowe similarly so. This is the first battle as Maines works the bottom side of the racetrack. On by the 16 he goes. You look back from the rear end of McKissick's car as that Toyota Camry closes up to the rear bumper.
Such a beautiful shot there. But Maines, again, we know how good that car has been on the short run. Looking like he's trying to, again, execute that to perfection and not being patient here. Wants to gain as many spots as he can, then try and see how the strategy lays.
Just behind them, Timo Toika looking to attack Sora again here. Had a look at turn 3, thought better of it, just tucked back in as Sora just clips the apron there. That's going to hurt his momentum, this diffraction.
But frustrating here at this point. I think Maines now might be starting to even off a bit. Yeah, I think the aero push is starting to factor in a little bit here with Maines. Just cannot get a big enough run to make a move.
Third through fifth, all lapping quicker than Smith and Shearburn at the moment as well. Not quite in a position to make the move stick at the moment, but starting to close in. It's amazing how drivers have stuck together on this one. Smith and Shearburn, and then Bolton and Lowe. All race long, those two duos have been stuck together, working well together. But definitely a disparity now between Smith and Shearburn. Half a second between them.
Yeah, Therese has been slowly getting that draft off the front end of the 36. And that definitely is a major difference maker here. You can see, though, just again, they're dead even in terms of the pace right now, as to be expected at this point of the run. Now, again, the true test. How has Therese adjusted this car for the sun starting to set to be able to close up the gap now once we get towards dusk in about 30-40 minutes?
Track is noticeably darker now, isn't it, as well, Justin? There is now no sun beating down on the circuit, and it's all cast in shadow. Which means the sun has dipped below the grandstand.
Look at that on the right as well, the track temp with the clouds and the sunshine also starting to dip. The amount of grip also goes up, but also the amount of speed goes up, and that will mean a lot of adjustments on tire pressures and the tape as well, potentially, as well as that suspension to try and counteract as they go side by side for second. Looks like that just opened up the door, though, here, Ryan, for the Three Musketeers. Or the Two Musketeers, rather.
Indeed it does. As down to the inside, Michael Griglia goes by. Chris Shearburn. Garrett Lowe right up on that back bumper. Riding him down the back straight. Not quite able to get by him. Lowe's just struggling a little bit at the moment as he compared to Bolton.
Yeah, Bolton just seems a little bit more comfortable. Again, had better track position after how they shuffled on the start. I think right now, though, again, it's just partly too, Lowe's had more dirty air off more cars in theory, of course, since he's had more cars in front lined up together. It looks like he's overheating a little bit as well. Starting to poke out that nose, maybe starting to blink a little bit of touch in terms of the red.
Does it look like Terrace is definitely closing in with Smith here. Bolter's going with him. See a top 3, 4, 5. They're starting to condense out there on the racetrack. Look at that battle.
Yeah, and some of the most thrilling battles of the entire week here at Charlotte have been these mid-pack battles. Robert Miller, he's in his best position this entire race inside the top 10. Highest is about 8th spot on that last start. He's not going to give this up easily, knowing this is the best track position he's had all night long. Might force a few drivers to be a bit more aggressive, though, when you have a driver like that really trying to hold on.
Looking back at Robert Miller, you see the wad of cars lined up behind him.
And you can see it a little bit too from the onboard as well. He is trying to snake a little bit down the backstretch, especially at times. Try and break up the draft. Bit of an arrow push behind them, just checked everyone up. I think Toyota hit the wall.
To the inside of Sora comes Steven Steffen now. Those two very tight, 3, 3, and 4. And Eddie Kerner ranges up to the back of them as well now. Looking to pick up another spot, your qualifying master. Could open the door for Jack Matheson if he can get his nose in there quickly enough.
Yeah, that Indy Auto Sport machine seems to be starting to plow up a little bit, but the gap all of a sudden has closed up for Smith. We've seen last run, he let it all out, try to grow the gap as much as he could. This time he's been a bit more on the saving side of things, with the windows still very wide open on how drivers take this. Tira's the loose.
Saves it, loses a bunch of spots. Or positions, track position, I should say. Goes in behind Justin Bolton now. Back to 3rd place for him. Stacked up behind Shearburn. Griglia's got McKissick down at the bottom. He's got nowhere to go. Either of these drivers behind Shearburn. And so Griglia has to tuck in line behind McKissick. He'll lose that spot for now. He'll come back at him though with a crossover move through 1 and 2.
Good execution of the cross, but all night long, McKissick has been not willing to give up on this mid-run, it seems. Couple times we now seen drivers, especially McKissick, power his way on the high side on corner entry, and to get himself cleared back by corner apex. That is so tricky to even do with this type of track without overkilling the tires. It's impressive he's been able to work his way into this group of Coke drivers, mind you.
It is. Presley Sora and Jake Matheson, they are stuck side by side. Only now has Matheson finally got by, but Sora is pinching those bottom line cars down to the apron. Matheson broke loose last time by, he managed to hold on to it, but now he's doing the same thing to Hicksonball, who's down there as well.
This is getting a little bit too dicey for some of these comfort levels. I think Sora's car is falling off a cliff. Hicksonball, though, has just been quiet all day, is now up 15 positions from the drop of the green flag earlier tonight.
By driving such a shallow line up on the top, Sora's able to stay even with these guys at the moment, isn't he? That's the advantage to him. The disadvantage is there's no room for error.
Yeah, you can see it on the straight line speed. Sora's got a ton of straight line speed. Might not have as much downforce. That might be why he's struggling to hold the bottom side here. That, however, that straight line speed I'm mentioning might be enough to power on through, make it near 3-1 in the quad oval.
Seth Knoll had 2 tires down on the artificial grass, down on the bottom. Threw it to the inside. Hexenbaugh and Knoll would not have liked that. He backs out of it. But it might have given a slight advantage to Hexenbaugh because now Knoll falls backwards.
Yeah, this is the best I've seen someone defend for this long on that top line since the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series race here at Charlotte. But eventually, though, that bottom line just prevails after so many laps. I think he's realized, have to try and get these tires back cool. I've burned up enough. Problem is, the drivers behind him are just that much quicker. Nearly took away the bottom side again from him.
James Wenzel, Timmy Toyka, Joseph Delotto, David Brown, all lining up for their piece of the cake. They'll have to wait just a little bit to get it. Up at the front, the gap between Bolton to the back of Smith is just about 1/10 of a second. Santiago Tires and Garrett Lowe, Chris Shearburn, they're all driving up to the back of your race leader here.
Look at those corner exits. Bolton's doing a really good job launching off the corner. Smith's having to let off a little bit more on apex. And Bolton seems to be taking advantage of that every single straight now. Well, really backed off the gas that time. Didn't want to get too close, it seemed. Trying to set it up for the right moment where he doesn't get stuck, it seems, down the backstretch. He might be trying to time it up for 1 and 2.
They're all closing up to each other now as we'll get close to the halfway point of the race. Pit window shouldn't be too far away either, JP.
Yeah, still about 20 laps or so for a lot of these drivers to make it on fuel. Remember, though, a couple drivers did stay out up at the front, about 13 on forward. Of those, the top 8, all of the drivers are staying. The first driver who came down to that pit lane on the last caution flag, Robert Miller, all the way up in 9th position.
Could be in the best spot of them all. That's how this order shakes out. Still, it's hard to see who's got the best strategy until we get to that final pit stop window.
Yeah, we're getting inside that window here, too, where with under 200 laps to go, it's essentially turning into what could be a 3-stopper on the fuel. Bit of a stack-up, though, around that 17th on back group. Toyka and Co. really shuffling around side by side, 2 rows deep.
Sora again stuck up on the top. He can't do anything about it as Wenzel goes by. He'll drag Toyka with him. And Justin Levine, who's a lap or more down. He's 67 laps down, actually. But he's got the car repaired and he's actually quite fast. So he's trying to work his way around these guys too.
Brand new motor in that car. Still has a significant amount of aero damage, though. And has to be smart on how he plays this. I think if you're a driver that's this type of situation here, Ryan, you're really trying to feel at the speed, see what I might potentially have for future races. At the same time, some drivers don't like to be raced by drivers multiple laps down in the last car running, so has to be careful in how he plays this in this grouping.
David Brown almost lost it on the edge of the turn 1 as he cut down on the bank of the rear end, stepped out, and he went for a slow slide to the bottom and back to the top. He loses a bunch of time and ends up stuck on the outside of Jacob Fife, who just missed the edge to turn 3 and washed up the track, and that allows Brown to tuck back in. A close call for him.
Hold on, we got to change for the lead up here, though, Ryan. Bolton with a major run off turn 4, dime in the corner, cut underneath the 9. And now he looks to set sail for himself his first lead laps of the day.
Good move for Bolton. New race leader up to 104 of 400. We're past halfway in this one. Going by extremely quickly.
It has gone fairly quick so far. The lap time's been fairly quick as well, with just about 2 seconds of follow-off. But this group has added more drivers compared to some of these other runs. Solis Jr., he's kept into the back end of the group now, catching up to Guerrilla. Give credit to, as well, to McKissick, one of the top drivers in RTP's point standings, and one of the top drivers in the Esport Racing League, Anthony Alfredo's league. He's still holding on inside the top 10 as well.
We'll see if Bolton can pull a gap now. That's going to be crucial here. Is he able to drive away from these guys, or do Smith and co stick with him?
The draft is the equalizer here, Ryan. Pardon me there for cutting you off. It keeps you within range. The tricky part, though, is the amount of aero push that forces you off and trying to balance the tire wear as a result. That's where the separation comes in, and the clean air really starts to be better. Bolton, you can see it with the gap. I think he's trying to save a little bit, take advantage of the clean air to add some extra ability to save the tires, and then going from there. I think he's going to have some friends, though, until the pit stops.
Eric Smith staying glued to that back bumper, not letting him get away. The pace advantage for Bolton not big enough to overcome the benefit of the slipstream. Santiago Tires is starting to fall away a bit in third, though, isn't he, JP? And Garrett Lowe's all over him. In fact, he's going to get by him here. He gets to the inside through the quad oval.
See it just in the backdrop of the big green egg machine. And that's kind of the danger of if you've got good speed on the short run and you're trying to push and try and get up to the clean air, where mistakes can hurt you. It was talked about especially from Dover for that race for the NASCAR drivers. If you were pushing too hard in the first 20, you'd feel it at about lap 40. It's around that same window here at Charlotte. Tires is now feeling the effects of trying to push and get his way up to Smith and trying to pass him about 20 laps ago.
Garrett Lowe driving away from him. Tires' tyres are falling away massively now. And they're side by side up at the front as Smith just drives on by Bolton, who had the inside line but just rolled off and let him go. And guess what? Bolton and Lowe now run bumper to bumper once again.
Yeah, there was a good reason, though, for letting him go off of turn 2. We mentioned how loosey-goosey cars have been getting fishtailing this week. Bolton had a bit of fishtail. Didn't bother to hold off Smith and let him on by, knowing he had the momentum. Now, interesting to see how Lowe, though, along with Bolton, attacked Smith after they had the lead just about a couple laps ago.
We've just eclipsed 2 hours race distance as well. Only the 3 cautions so far in this one been, for the most part, a very clean and professional race from these top split drivers here in the NASCAR iRacing Series on a Friday night on the iRacing Esports Network.
You gotta love the look, though, of Charlotte as this is now getting to sunset and dusk time here at the circuit. Just how beautiful looking this track is all the way around. These guys have done a phenomenal job, and iRacing's done a phenomenal job of keeping this track up to date. Especially with the bumps, mind you, too, that have been a factor for the past couple seasons that make it much more trickier compared to the prior version, which was with the, at the time, fresh pavement in the late 2000s rather.
Track has definitely evolved over time, including the removal of the grass as well from the infield, JP, which is now just artificial grass, which is smooth as silk.
Yeah, and one of the things when it comes to that artificial grass is, as you take a look at the 77 Air 86 track, it on one hand, in real life, keeps the cars from ripping apart their equipment by sliding through the grass, something a lot of drivers actually want to see more of from what we've seen in some, has been mentioned in some broadcasts in real life. But the downside, and it comes into the iRacing side more so, is it is very slick, as you mentioned, like silk. If you go down to that part of the racetrack and lock it up, you're likely sliding halfway through the grass. It is extremely difficult to slow on down. Plus, remember, that road course chicane, you can bump on alongside it. Speaking of, here we go. Bump for the top of the pylon.
Bolton goes right on back by, and that's the third change between them in the last 15 laps. Good little battle here between Bolton and Smith. Maybe a preview of what's to come at the end of this race. Don't forget, Garrett Lowe and Chris Shearburn watching on as well with a bit of a margin. Oh, contact from Smith to the back bumper of Bolton. And now Garrett Lowe will capitalize as Smith backpedaled hard. Yes, to his inside. And I'm sure Bolton's going to be very relieved to see the 21 car in his rearview mirror now.
I don't think that Eric J. Smith was expecting that checkup on the corner entry. And Bolton's been very conservative whenever he's been up at the front. That caused that bit of the checkup. Lowe was just able to take advantage, and now Smith, gotta wonder if that's going to affect the temps a little bit. Looks like the nose is visually okay, though.
Should be okay. It was a very light touch, but he won't want to do that again. Not making any friends with that. Pit stop window should be, well, about 5 laps away, I think.
If that. Now about almost 58 laps in the stint for some of the drivers. Others, only about 51 laps on the tanks, and almost did it again to Shearburn. Smith is really aggressive, it seems, on throttle time and corner entry, while some of the others have to back it up a little bit more. Shearburn looking like he feels he's faster than Lowe now.
And Lowe does a very good job to move up and tuck back in right in front of Smith. And he tries to fight back. He covers the inside, lifts off, prevents Smith from coming back.
Big defensive move there from Lowe, trying to keep Eric Smith in a box, force him to go back single file and not be able to take advantage of that. Mind you, Smith, one of the quickest cars in this grouping. Now Shearburn, the quickest driver with the draft. And these guys have all just ran away from McKissick on back by a good near, make it more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, they put a fantastic margin despite all that battling. McKissick's not battling anyone himself either, but he is lapping about 0.2 of a lap slower than these guys.
Yeah, the handling is not there for that second group, but this first group, the undercut may be powerful and determine who's up at the front here in about 10 laps or so. Curious to see who's going to be the first to blink, though, Ryan, amongst these drivers, as Shearburn's got to run.
Smith almost to the back bumper of Garrett Lowe that time.
It looks like just based on how Bolton and Lowe have been driving their cars, they're having to let it roll a little bit more on entry and letting off a little bit more on the gas, while Smith's carrying more on throttle time, maybe more so half throttle plus on that in that same section. That's why it's getting so close, I think, to the back bumpers. But again, we've seen where it balances out for Bolton, Lowe, and Co. is corner exit because they're slow off but fast off. Slow in, rather, and fast off.
Waiting and watching to see who the first driver to blink will be in terms of bringing it down to that pit road. You would expect the first driver will be the one that capitalizes and ends up with the race lead after the pit stop phase. Even
but here
one
comes...
lap can be pivotal. Shearburn, yeah, comes back at him.
Yeah, took advantage of the run, and there's our first goer. Eric Smith wants the undercut.
And as he does that, Bolton is bump drafting Shearburn down the quad oval. Try to push him along. Expect at least one of these guys to respond instantly here. I expect Garrett Lowe and Justin Bolton are going to remain on track for as long as they can, potentially.
Have to see if that comes to fruition here. Looks like all three are going to try and stretch as long as they can. They were a little bit quicker at the end of this run compared to Smith, and they might blow by him by the time they get their fresh tires, but have to close up at least 5-10 seconds. Tiras, though, was in.
Gonna start to see everyone in the pit lane over the next few laps. They're about 63 laps into the stint when Smith pitted. As Bolton and Lowe switch around, or not quite.
He's coming.
Bolton's coming to the lane. So him and Lowe on separate strategies for the first time today.
Might have decided to split it up. They were right on top of her. You can't really easily pit, though, when you're bumper to bumper here, Ryan, because of how quick you have to go with the transition. If anyone's behind you within a second, you risk getting rear-ended hard. And it looks like Lowe doing exactly what I thought. Coming the next lap by to separate a little bit from Bolton, give themselves space for the entry.
Someone sending smoke signals, Eddie Kerner. I would not be surprised to see him stationary for some extra time. Very close to a speeding penalty if he did not get one. Replay on board with him. So that sun is starting to become blinding through turn 3 as well.
54 miles an hour at the cone. That may be borderline in terms of the sections, though. It's the average. And yes, right now coming up on the left side tires, about to see if he did get it or was able to get the average down. The answer is, did get clipped for speeding.
And it is such a massive penalty as well.
Oh, crash on the pit lane, the 34. Jacob Fry crashed on the pit lane entry. And take a look at this on the replay here. This is such a tricky pit lane because of that wall from the road course. Those barrels just come out and grab you if you miss it by an inch.
Almost as big a penalty as Eddie Kerner's speeding one. On board with Bryson Hicksonboy, who finds himself in 5th place now behind Sora and Maines. Still waiting on Shearburn to pit.
Speaking of the devil, just came down with McKissick, in fact. And a caution's out. I believe it might have been David Brown on the pit exit here, Ryan.
Well, this will change things up a bit. Here we go. Here's the replay while we've got a caution in the middle of the pit stop phase. David Brown clips the apron as he tries to rejoin, spins. Eddie Kerner had nowhere to go. How much damage does Kerner have now?
Significant amount. You can see it already just from there, how that front nose and the splitter's broken up. Right there, you see Brown just clipping the apron a couple times right there. Tried to save it. Fortunately, Kerner was right there.
He's going to be kicking himself because he could have avoided that, couldn't he, Justin? The speeding penalty compounds, and now he has damage.
So not only is he at least a lap down in one of the last cars running on the track, that puts him directly behind the 8-ball on speed, and he cannot take the wave around. Well, he could, but he'd be down on speed and likely potentially lapped fairly quickly in about 30-40 laps if it goes green. But now, just about 11 or so cars were on the lead lap with a caution.
And some of them There's some big names. So Smith managed to keep himself on the lead lap. So did Lowe, or Garrett Lowe, Santiago Tires, Michael Gariglia, Timu Toika, Robert Miller are all at the back of the lead lap. They're in front of your race leader. So they'll get the wave around here. Everyone behind them is going to have to stay out as well.
Keep in mind, with the time of the caution flag, Sherburne elected to drive for the pit lane so he wouldn't lose the lap, I believe, Ryan. Because you can't have that happen where if the net leader comes around the track and you're still making your service. You can get pinned if you come out right behind the pace car, and or you can get lapped if you take the service even after the caution flag. So smart move from him and McKissick. I believe both of them may have rolled, if not Sherburne.
Great heads-up driving as they all split now. A lot stay out to get the lap back, and everyone else pits.
There's going to be a ton of wave arounds, though, because of this time of the caution flag. Many drivers had only taken a few laps on the tires. They have to at this point. So expect at least near double-digit waves here with this caution flag.
The race off pit road should be won here by Chris Sherburne. Keep an eye on it. It won't be Sherburne. Joseph Gallotta. But he's a lap down, unfortunately. Justin Levine also a lap down, pitted. So Sherburne is the first lead lap car off of pit road.
Yeah, but all this just put McKissick up to the front for his first laps of the night. Sora Hicksonball also gaining a lot of track position from this. But everybody else, oh boy, this is going to be a buck-em-up type of restart here with Smith, Maines, Bolton, Sherburne still in the fresh tires. All going to be stacked up right behind them and hungry to take the lead back.
Lap 230 of 400 then. So, still not in that final stage of the race, but at a point where drivers are going to be trying the hardest and to put themselves in the right place for that final stint.
This is the point where the calculations are a little bit more simple, I believe here, Ryan. It's essentially a two-stopper from here on out. It's just a matter of where you take those two pit stops. And the window can be a little bit more trickier for the wave-around drivers. But everyone else might see pit stops again by, let's say, around nearly 100 to go.
Might offer up an interesting strategy choice too, because they'll end up pitting with about 100 to go. They'll only need about half a tank off their last pit stop after that. So, an opportunity if they want to take two tires to save a bit of time on pit road, and might be worth it.
Yeah, but it's a massive gamble to take two tires with the massive tire split. Keep in mind, though, if they go up to just before lap 100, they still have to pit. And it's just going to be the variance of drivers hoping for a caution. Others trying to go for the undercut. That could range from lap 60 to around lap 30 to go.
Let's get this one back under racing conditions at full power. We're on this mile-and-a-half Charlotte Motor Speedway. Brendan McKissick, for the first time today, leads us to the green flag. He holds them a while, and then he pins that throttle and gets us underway.
Tried to stack them up, try to force a mistake from the drivers on older tires. Many cars are already backing out with 3 wide for about 10th.
Justin Levine going backwards, many laps down, trying to get out of the way. Eddie Kerner as well in a similar situation.
This is getting ugly though up at the front already. Smith blowing on by the first 2 cars. Making quick work, it looks like, to take the race lead right back away.
Maines almost made it 3 wide with Bolton and Hixenbar into the quad oval. He just backed out of it in time. As Sora was slow off of 2, Hixenbar went to the top side of the racetrack trying to take it away. Can he do it up top? As Bolton loses a lot of momentum that time. Falls behind Shearburn.
I think Bolton wanted to get to the bottom side, and I don't know if I'm liking what I'm seeing here from a driver. I'm holding on tight to the wheel and hoping for some luck.
Maine sideways through turn 2. He saves it. That was close.
Yeah, this is getting way too dicey. Surprised more drivers haven't backed out of this. Looks like now, though, a lot of the drivers that were holding some of the competitors up were able to be cycled up to the top. It's going to allow everyone to get back into a proper rhythm here, but the damage is done. The gap is already at least 9/10 of a second from first to second.
As you see, Garrett Maines works on by Presley Sora. And Eric Smith has a margin at the line this time by the second to McKissick.
And he's doing exactly what happened about 70, 80 laps ago when we had a restart. Going as hard as he can, try to go the gap as big as he can, hoping everyone gets held up behind McKissick right now. That's exactly what's happening right now. McKissick is 3/10 of a second off the pace compared to Smith.
And they're stacking up behind him as Garrett Maines pulls from his left-hand side, and he'll breeze by. Presley Sora is going to follow him through with an open invitation. Chris Shearburn sneaks into the party too.
What a good, quick move there. Maines now take advantage of this. Looks like Shearburn and co. again are going on through, but they still have to deal with Sora. Sora's the big question mark once again amongst this grouping of cars. He's good on the short run, but the long run is where that 21 just fell off a cliff last long run.
We'll see. As the track is continuing to get cooler, the sun growing ever smaller up in the sky. It's now dipped behind that grandstand completely, so it's not shining a blinding light into the driver's faces anymore.
You have a good point. The visibility with the sun can be a bit of a factor early on. In some cases, you might hold your hand right above your eyes depending on your setup. But now, lots of shade, and eventually those lights are going to turn nice and bright above the racetrack in just a little bit.
Close fight behind Garrett Lowe. They're all wadded up behind him at the moment, 10th on back.
And there's J-Bo that's trying to peek his way to the outside, and what a race it's been for J-Bo. Was at the back half of the field much of the day, pinned a lap down for at least the first quarter of the event. Now up to 12th position. He's really been pushing that car, and he's really pushing the car this run as well, trying to get some clean air to the nose to try and keep it cool. Might be pushing a little bit too hard. In fact, he's letting everybody go.
Up on the very top of the racetrack, he rolls off, allows more to breeze on by. As further up, Chris Shearburn will lose a spot to Justin Bolton.
Depth, I think, was definitely a factor in that position, but as you mentioned, Bolton now, he's closing on in a little bit more to those drivers. Sora, though, has still been able to keep up with Maines. Really good pace again on this short run. Wonder what that Indy Sim Sport machine, might have done, though, to counteract the speed for the long run to make sure he doesn't lose the rear tire.
Maybe it's set up for a long run at night, as opposed to a long run during the day, which could also be a factor that might come into his favor. And we'll find out as this run continues. Soaring up into P2, he's got by Maines. But They are now 2 seconds off your leader, so Smith continuing to drive away. But we've seen this before, haven't we?
Yep, we've seen this just about every single time around this point of the run. Haynes' car drops off a little bit by about a tenth or so. Starts to have to be less on throttle, and it gets a little bit dicey in terms of handling. I think he let by Sora the first time. Now he feels like he's faster than Sora now that he was behind him here.
I think Sora made a slight mistake. And it was faster for me to get to his inside than stay behind him. But now they're stuck side by side. Remember, Sora's been very good at keeping himself level up on the top side of the track most of this evening.
Yeah, we talked about with the straight line speed, but right there, just a little bit too higher up to try and keep it side by side. As Lotus Mains plays it right and enters the corner well. Should be clear by 3, yes.
Bolton sees how it's done and raises it to another level as he picks off Mains as well in one fell swoop. And still, Eric Smith loves this in his mirrors. He's about a tenth quicker than these guys. 2 tenths, in fact, than most of them. Chris Shearburn joining it too, as Sora's going to lose out a couple spots. That's 3 spots he loses. Might be 4th. McKissick gets his nose underneath as well.
Yep, that 21 is falling right off the cliff like we were expecting here. Mains, though, as we're talking about, also doing that. Knowing that Bolton, Shearburn, and Co are quicker, I think, and just letting him on and go, and knowing he's quicker on corner exit because he's having to pedal that car, it appears, right at the same points where they're able to go full throttle. Mains being nice and patient and smart here with allowing these cars to go.
Wonder if Shearburn can drive up to Smith, because they shared a very similar car in terms of pace for most of the first half, but as we've gone on, they do seem to have separated a little bit. Back up into 3rd, we'll see if he can get closer. Still got Justin Bolton between them now.
This is actually picking back up for Bolton and Shearburn. This was the true test. Once they got by Mains and Co, and everyone else that may have been holding up the pack, how would the pace settle in? Right now in the 29.9s, Smith in open air, running 30 flats. At that pace, they might be able to close right up on and in towards lap 40 of this run.
We hit lap 250 of 400. We're very quickly suddenly starting to get to the final stages of this one, aren't we? This is the point in the real race where we've been to the final stage. And we have just 2 more stops to go. Not even 2 full stints left. Because, of course, once they make that pit stop, they've got a choice of when they can pit. It will take them up to 40 to go, which is well inside the window.
Yeah, as mentioned, it's going to be wide open. And how, if it goes green to that point, how drivers elected to handle that last pit stop might be the determining factor of who wins and who loses the race tonight. So you bet yourself these drivers have been thinking about that for when they are done this respective pit stop, at least a little bit. Lots of time gained the last time by. Smith lost 0.3 of a second. This time by, they bounced back out.
Right on him. Shearburn exhibiting quite a turn of pace now. He ran a 30.179 that lap as he goes by, and it was quicker than Eric Smith out front. In fact, McKissick was quicker than both of them. Back and forth.
that's partly the effect of the draft that can really help out with the times. But seeing the move on board there with Bolton, knew that Sherburne was a bit quicker, might have been holding him up, and elected to let on by Sherburne because I think he probably felt that the 36 could close back on and in quicker than what Bolton could do. In fact, they just closed in 2 tenths instead of a single tenth that time by. It's a move I've seen drivers like Chris Overland and a few others do where they feel, even with Blame Eagle at some points, honestly, where they felt like my draft could have helped them close up to the leader. I think this is the exact case we're seeing right now.
You're probably right. Look, he's 1.5 seconds back now. It was at about 3 seconds earlier on. And as he closes, Justin Bolton closes a bit as well. So as the run goes on, Smith starts to fall back. And we saw that in the run earlier on where he got out to about 4 seconds. And then was starting to get closed down before the caution came out.
Yeah, Smith has been forcing everybody to try and reel him on in when there's been those types of restarts with wave around cars all night. The problem is with that call is eventually you kill the life of those tires. And that's what I think's been happening now with Smith. Gap is now falling off a cliff 3 tenths of a lap each and every time. Sherburne, Bolton, McKissick, all faster than Smith last time by.
The lights are on around the racetrack as well, as night starts to take hold. Still some sunlight peeking through, but the shadows you can start to see are being cast over the circuit.
It's around the point too where some of the handling may start to switch around and flip different directions, especially with how much rubber buildup there is already on this track as well. Some cars may start falling off a little bit that we've seen do well in the late afternoon all the way through the sunset. While others, they may start coming alive, especially if they get some cautions to regroup them.
What sort of changes are you making, Justin, to set your car up for the nighttime versus the daytime? And what can you do during the race in your pit stop to change?
We've mentioned a couple times the rake, which is how high and how low the rear end is on the race car. It can be tricky to view on the outside. It's more viewable in some cars, we'll say, than others in terms of manufacturer. But you can adjust that where you might be able to lower the back end of the car, pick up more downforce, and pick up more straight line speed, get that big spoiler out of the air. Others, again, maybe trying to balance the handling by trying to tighten it up a little bit, trying to add more crossweight to the car to help out the handling on the long run, especially since many drivers in this day and age prefer the right rear front tire to wear a bit more than the right rear tire for the handling's sake. So that's where you see a lot of drivers that might shuffle around that back end more so than the rest of the handling of the car to be able to maintain the speed as the nighttime starts to settle in, the track temps drop.
Well, there you go. That's what you got to do. But it's a lot easier said than done. To get it exactly right, there's a lot you can do on the car to fix it up how you want, just like in real life. All those changes exist here in iRacing, and you got to make them all work with each other nicely. Which is why I've never touched setups in iRacing, because really not my area of expertise, JP.
I'll be honest, I still don't know exactly how to build stuff like that, honestly, with a lot of the numbers. Trust me, it takes years of experience and being able to adapt to learn the art of building setups, especially for the top tier drivers in this top three. They spend 30, 40 hours in some cases per 2 weeks to prepare for each and every one of the NASCAR races alone.
which is why the big teams, the big organizations are so important. Having all those drivers available to test those setups, having the people on the team that can build them and spend hours upon hours building them and fine-tuning, ready for those races. Every other Tuesday in the Premier Series, the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, Road to Pro, NIS as well.
Yeah, there are a lot of teams, as we've mentioned a couple times, who put importance, especially on this race tonight, knowing it's on SimSpeed and the iRacing Esports Network, to show what speed they can do, knowing that it's being broadcast to a wide audience for their sponsors. There's a reason they say, their saying is when you're starting off, to test 1,000 laps per track. The cars you're seeing, they put in minimum 2,000 laps. And you can see the pace they put in.
I once did 1,000 laps of the track to prepare for a race. I still ran in the bottom half of the field.
And we're running another 1,000.
I ain't got time for that. I don't race as much anymore, Justin. I don't know about you, I'm sure you're probably the same. Commentating all the time now.
It's been like that, but speaking of running down, you've seen it up towards the front. Some drivers are now running down arrow positions with side-by-side battles, but Shearburn, he's going for the lead up at the front. Smith clipped a bit of the apron, coming off of 4.
Here comes Chris Shearburn trying to come back to the front. Smith and Shearburn, the two Musketeers, are locked in battle once again. Smith the advantage for now, but Shearburn definitely there and lurking, the faster of the two cars. As we get towards the latter stages of this stint, about 30 laps away from seeing some pit stops potentially. 20 to 30 laps, anywhere in between, maybe a bit afterwards, depending on how much they can stretch it. Has he got enough momentum now? He does, to the inside for Chris Shearburn through turns 1 and 2. He'll make that move stick as Smith rolls off, lets him go. No point in fighting just yet. It's a new race leader once again.
Yeah, and I think Smith knows that his tires have gone right off the cliff. You can see it right here from this point of the exit onward. Just Shearburn and Bolton have been able to stretch it a little bit more when they were in his draft. This time, though, Smith's got the draft, and now I'm curious to see how Smith's car now balances in the dirty air.
Well, that's another thing to consider in building setups as well, is making sure you can be fast in the wake of the car in front of you. Of course, they rely on the downforce that these things generate. When they punch a hole in the air, it pushes the air over the top of the car and it pushes it down to the racetrack. Hence downforce. And when you have a car in front which is punching that hole for you, it means there's no resistance on the front of your car, because you go faster in a straight line. But it also means less air pushing the car down, which means a lot harder to stick to the track.
Hit it right dead square on. Exactly. And it really messes with you, especially on the apex off. We're also seeing here with Smith that extra half a lane. It's been tweaked at times, yes, over the past few months, but it's still the same. Dirty air, like in real life, is a massive factor for these battles and forces a lot of the drivers to really have to be more patient, really have to fight with the air as well as their car, as well as their tire heat and wear to try and find any way to get on by. Looks like Smith is going to lose that battle as lap traffic on fresher tires is coming by. I think that's Justin Levine, who nearly charged his way right up into the battle with his damaged car.
Yeah, Levine has shown some good pace from 69 laps down. Does make you wonder how quick he could have been had he not had that damage. Check out Justin Bolton joining the picture now, with Levine just up and behind him.
It's just been quietly saving and being patient. It's just been his mantra all night long. Keeping the leader's draft nice and calm and cool and collected. He's got the pace, I think, to take away second spot here. His fellow compatriot and Garrett Lowe, meanwhile, is all the way back in 5th position, mind you, still on 5-lap older tires.
Car coming out of pit lane, that's Boyd Hogan. He's 37 laps down. Just noticed as well, looking at his car down there, there is marbles galore down on the exit of pit road. Be very slippery coming out of the pits for these drivers now.
It's going to be extremely tricky, absolutely. Going to make a lot of these cars slide as they go down that pit exit. Bit of marbles as well, just a touch bit on the outside wall, but most of them have just rolled their way around that apron. It looks like Boyd's just continuing to go in and out and trying to just complete the race in 25th place position. Levine, mind you, if Boyd Hogan has anything happen, has a chance to pass him on the track in 20 laps. If he, in 20-lap difference route.
Let's ride on board with Bolton here. See if you can spot those marbles that are covering a racetrack down on the bottom side. You can see there. Yeah. They will all see that, and they will be very aware that when they come out of pit lane, they're going to be very careful.
Now we have a racing one incident caused by a driver slipping and sliding. This week especially, it's been the most treacherous it feels like to get off the pit lane at Charlotte than it's ever been. Because right towards the end of that apron at turn 2, the car almost feels like it wants to push for many competitors. That's what happened before with the caution flag with Brown. That might happen once more with those marbles pushing you and sliding around on those tires.
These top 3 seem very even now, don't they, Justin?
Yeah, I think all of them just stay nice and consistent. Yeah, around the same ballpark, around half a 10. And the 30.4s to 30.5s. I think, again, they all know they have to still pit a couple more times. Just keep in a straight line and keep working together. Because they're gaining right now a lot of time. Mind you, on 4th back, about a 10th or 2 a lap to the second group. The only driver that's faster than them, Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe is back in 5th place, 3.2 seconds back. And he's right up on the back bumper of McKissick. In fact, he's going to go by McKissick down into turn number 1.
That's not a surprise with the pace Lowe's been having the past few laps. In the 4s, 2 straight laps. McKissick had fallen off to the 7s without the trap to be able to pull him down the straightaways.
Changed for second as Smith slides up the track and allows Bolton to go by.
Again, smart move. Let by the faster car, don't hold him up. It's been amazing how this race has flowed, though, tonight, we'll say.
2 hours, 42 minutes of racing. Just the 4 caution periods. Maybe even 3. And plenty of lead changes. 2 more stops to come. 120 laps. In fact, we're in the window now where you can pit and make it home with 1 more stop. So if you wanted to do 2 full stints, you could pit now and then pit again with about 60 to go. So watch out for see if anyone might take that gamble.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a few drivers gamble on the strategy, absolutely. But you're playing get the best positions they can at this point. For some, it might absolutely be a long shot. Just going to be curious how this all plays out here once drivers start having to peel on down at about 10 laps rather. Seems though, all of a sudden here, Ryan, you're seeing this on the screen here with Miller. Seems like the Nexus cars are finally getting into a good rhythm, the ones who have kept themselves clean. Because Miller's having a very consistent pace around this racetrack right now, just about a tenth or so off the leaders, as the pit window all of a sudden it's open up for Noel.
Well, there you go. Like I said, you can make it home on another stop from here, or 2 stops, including this one. On 2 full stints, he decides that he wants to bring it in. He'll go up, down, see if it works out for him.
Oh, and Robert Miller just ducked it hard into the wall in the pits.
Down on pit road, so no caution. Bit damage to that car. Replay will tell the story as he tried to get it slowed down to pit road speed.
Yeah, he clipped the apron, had a lot of drivers behind him as he tried to load down the car right there. Clips the apron, that sends him out of sorts, nearly got hit, and then just barely avoided the barrels and couldn't get it locked down in time to avoid hitting the inside wall. Wow.
He was up in the top 15 at the time too, so it'll take him right out of the picture. And Gallotta, wow, he is lucky.
Yeah, that could have been disastrous. Just as that happened, though, Eric Smith elected to come down and pit after using up his tires. So that means Sherburne and Bolton are now on their own at the front of the field.
This means we should expect the final pit stops of the evening to come somewhere around lap 350. For the drivers still on track, Sherburne, Bolton, Lowe, and everyone else, how much further do they want to push it? Do they want to try and push their final pit stop back to just 1 can of fuel? As Sellers Jr. locks it up coming down to pits.
I still think we might see absolutely yes, but you have to also adjust for the weight difference in the back end of the car. So if drivers do that, expect massive spring perch adjustments on the pit stops. But I think the way we're seeing this now, we're seeing this with Bolton too, they're trying to split this up 60, 60, 60. Or 60 rather, 60 to the next pit stop, about 50 or so to get to the finish.
No dramas for Bolton as he came down to pit lane, pulled it up nicely. Garrett Lowe comes out as Bolton comes in. Chris Sherburne left out by himself with about 6 seconds back to Gariglia. Is he going to slow it up? Yes, he is. He's going to bring it down to pit lane here. Takes a hard left turn and pulls that up beautifully. In fact, might have been a little bit too conservative there.
Decent entry nevertheless, though. For good judgments, about 37.5 seconds, the difference on the pit lane for most of the drivers. Some of the drivers took it most conservatively, such as Maines on his last stop, 39 seconds.
There is Sherburne. And who is the first driver to pit? It's Eric Smith. So he should come out well in front of Sherburne here with that 2 or 3 up fresher tyres. As Maines blows by, which means Bolton's not too far back. In fact, here comes Bolton to the outside of Sherburne. Can he get there? Breezes by him. That's what 1 lap's difference does to your tyres. Maine,
and you know how
out of pit lane.
Sorry, as Maines does come down, as you said. Know how effective that undercut for Smith was in the timing he did that? He picked up 7+ seconds. Check that, about 8 seconds on Justin Bolton and Chris Sherburne. This may play out perfectly for Smith if he's able to hold on to the gap. However, remember, he's got about 3 lap older tires, which may come into play, and we've seen how that car has fallen off after 30 if he's pushed hard.
That does seem like a massive gap. How does he manage to pull 8 seconds? 3 laps shouldn't have given him 8 seconds, should it, Justin?
In theory, but again, may have thought about it at the time, seen what was going on, knew he was falling off, might have capitalized on his pit entry perfectly as well. You see all the different shuffling around, including Sherburne and co. switching back and forth now for position. With all the other drivers on fresher tires starting to make their way through just in the few laps before that, might have thought, may as well duck it down, take advantage of the drivers who have to let by an extra couple tenths to let by the fresher tires.
On board with Bolton here. Looking at the back bumper of Sherburne, who's gone back by him. These guys running, let's see, Chris Sherburne this time by runs a 28.995, a 29.109 for Bolton. Eric Smith at 29.19. So he's already slower, but he's got 8 seconds in hand. Presley Sora finally brings it down to pit lane.
Easily going to lose the lead right here and lose a ton of track position, but he'll have the fresh tires. That's the bright side for fans of the Presley Sora fan club. But still, the draft is also going to be a bit of a factor too for Sherburne and Bolton to close up a bit. And keep in mind, Lowe is nearly driven right up to Sherburne and Bolton too.
I was just going to mention that. He's capitalized well on this pit stop phase, and he's been one of the winners from it. Not far away at all from Bolton and Sherburne now.
And he was one of the quickest drivers right before the pit stops too. Despite having 5 lap older tires, that car is quick. The thing is, though, he's losing 0.2 of a lap because he doesn't have the draft up in front of him to help keep the gap. Bolton and Sherburne have themselves to help out with, so Lowe may need a bit of luck to keep up with these next 2 drivers. The gap still, though, 6.3 seconds to the lead.
Remember, a caution could still throw things up in the air. If it comes before lap 340, they will be short on fuel. If it comes after, they'll be straight for the end. And should we need it, the race can extend as well to the length 3 game white checkered attempts, which does play a big part in the fuel number.
Yeah, that's going to be the tricky part, absolutely. And you bring up the good point. If we get to that mark, still a ways out. We talked about it a little bit. If it gets to a point where we have a green white checkered, drivers may be forced to stay out and hope that there's trouble behind them to be able to get positions. It's a massive gamble, but it's worked out in some cases wrong. It might, if it comes up, be something with 100 to go right now.
We finally hit that 3/4 race distance, 100 laps to go in the longest race in the NASCAR calendar. 600 miles. It's Charlotte Motor Speedway. Crown jewel. All of these drivers. Everyone wants to win this race. It's up there with Monaco and the Indy 500, which are very much often regarded, those 3, as 3 crown jewels in world motorsport, aren't they?
Yeah, usually with the current situation, not this year, but in most years, it's known as the day where everyone gets the chance to sit down in front of the TV and watch motorsports all day. With the Monaco Grand Prix in the early morning, based on where you may be in the United States, or in Canada, or in North America, many of the drivers are on the field in tonight. Then by the afternoon, you're sitting down and watch the Indy 500 on NBC. Then in the evening, you buckle up and watch the Coca-Cola 600 on Fox. It's been an absolute staple of a day in the entire globe, all a part of Memorial Day weekend.
Meanwhile, in Australia, you stay up till midnight to watch Monaco, and then you stay awake through the wee hours of the morning to watch Indy, and then you stay awake till midday and even later to finish watching the Coca-Cola 600.
How often did you stay up overnight to watch the first two?
I normally watched Monaco, forego Indy, and then watch NASCAR.
Why would you forego the Indy 500? It's tradition. The Indianapolis 500-mile race.
More of a NASCAR fan myself.
Give you credit for that.
Hence why SimSpeed are broadcasting a NASCAR iRacing series, not the IndyCar iRacing series.
Good point. Good point. By the way, as we were entering, gap has closed up an hour 0.8 of a second in about the span of a minute and a half.
Yeah. Just the gap that Eric Smith's got, though. 3.5 seconds is still reasonably comfortable, but you're right, it is evaporated from the 8 seconds it was. Justin Bolton's only a few turns back as well. Garrett Lowe's come down to 5.7, but he's still not as quick as Schumann and Bolton.
Here's the problem that I was about to bring up too with Smith. He's had to let by drivers on fresher tires, and that's eating up the gap even more so. From what was a couple tenths to about half a second a lap every time he's had to move off the bottom on corner entry to let by a driver on fresher tires. And now, all of a sudden, gap is down to 2.6. Just about a tenth and a half quicker a set of corners right now for Sherburne and Bolton on just 3 lap fresher tires.
"17 cars on the lead lap now is Justin Botello, the latest car to unlap himself to Eric Smith. Gap down to 2.4. You've got to wonder with how quickly he's closing, is Smith going to have anything to defend with here? Because at this point, you don't want to let anyone go by, Justin.
Yeah, but at the same time, you don't want to be a roadblock and get moved out of the way or forced out of the way. So you kind of want to keep the car clean. I think the way the strategy's working, though, trying to do the math inside the head, it might get really interesting if it goes green from here. Because Smith, the gap may be big enough to where he might be able to hold on for the final until the final 10 laps, based on how this map and the pace has gone. If he does the same amount of difference, if not more, for when he has to come down. So at this point, Ryan, he's playing the long call. He's trying to do this where he's planning for that final stop to try and get that extra bit of pace.
I wonder if Smith is trying to conserve his tires a bit. I wonder if he's purposely underdriving the car just to try and extend the longevity of those things.
Very good point, actually, too, on that. And might just trying, again, to make sure he has that tire grip to defend that you were talking about. The difference in pace. He had that big gap before that was reeled back on in, then it equalized out. I think he's trying to make sure it equalizes again.
Yeah, there's no... he is so much slower that it just doesn't seem likely that it's all down to tire life, because he's 1.1 seconds ahead now. It's come down astronomically over the last few laps. Gonna be interesting to see how this plays out when Sherburne gets there on the next lap or so. And Justin Bolton too. Garrett Lowe. All closing in.
The net timing is going to be the question where Smith may cycle through all of this. Still 4 miles an hour quicker per set of corners as Sherburne right now. And he's got the draft to help him close in on the straights a bit.
So here we go. Here comes Chris Shearburn trying to challenge for your race lead. With 75 to go and a pit stop to come here in Charlotte. Closes right up to that back bumper, and I think Eric Smith is in a lot of trouble here because Shearburn gets down to the inside and Smith is not going to even try to defend that. His tyres are gone.
Yeah, like I said, you're not holding onto the bottom side or trying to block that type of run. That's a good way to get yourself a huge shot for the back bumper. Now it's going to be curious how this plays out because last time, unequal setting of tires was able to equalize. This time, not looking like it's the case on the apex. Still is about a couple miles an hour slower than Shearburn per corner apex.
About 25 laps away from that pit window opening to get home to the end. Santiago Tires there, the back half of the top 10. What's happened to him? Moment simulation replay.
You can see the train of drivers with the lap traffic in front. Just as they go through the corner, lots of them trying to take wide arcs, and sometimes it can get loose when you try and arc it down like that. It's a fast line, yes, but it chews up the right rear tire when you try and go from the top of the banking and slowly bring it to the bottom of the track for the apex.
I wonder how Director J even found that. Doing a good job behind the scenes.
Give him credit for the absolutely phenomenal director's work. Give him a winky face back while you're at it, too. After all, he can see everything.
It's a worrying thought.
Could be. Could also be a bit worrying here if you're this group of two drivers here to have traffic in front. As this has allowed Garrett Maines to now grow a half a second gap amongst these drivers in this train for 7. Jose Salas Jr. is right at the edge. You've seen there that bobble coming off the corner right at the crest of turn 4 exit. If you let that car bobble too close to the right to the wall, you're going to stuff it into the fence.
Gotta say that the gap isn't going out the other way as quickly as it shut down in terms of Shearburn and Smith.
He's done an impressive job to keep it in the draft still, but is slowly losing that draft up at the front. But again, the reason remember Tires fell all the way back from that lead group again, all the way to the back of the field was one of the drivers who lost a ton of track position with the time of the caution flag, while the others who were up towards the front at the start of the window, they've already shuffled up to 14th and 15th. That's how deep drivers like Sora and Hicksenball fell through.
Drivers now, they'll be feeling the fatigue, they'll be feeling worn out mentally and physically as well. Their eyes will be sore. Been staring at the screen for over 3 hours now. These are when the mistakes can so easily creep in. And if someone makes a mistake now and they stack up for a caution, that's when you hold your breath because they're all in very close proximity again. And there's no room for error at this point. And as we get to the final stint, the drivers start to give more than they take. No, they start to take more than they give.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's where once drivers know they can make it on fuel, we've mentioned this a couple times throughout the season so far, that's where we see a lot of the bold moves come into play. And once drivers know they don't have to worry about trying to make it on the pit stop, they push. They push hard. And the closer you get to the checker flag in the scheduled distance, the less amount of give you get on the corner exits, the more you have fighting, and the more we see the blocking come into play. We haven't seen it pop up as much tonight, especially off some of these starts, knowing there's the picture of the long run and how many drivers know the importance of getting into a single file line, working together, getting in line like a school bus. It's not going to be the case when the green flag drops if we get a late race restart.
One of the restarts we had earlier on that was followed up by another caution straight away, which is pretty fortunate because they were all stacked up. They were 2x2 and battling very hard. It's similar to that.
Yeah, exactly. It's very similar to how this race started off. I think once we get to that point where we see the various different cycles, though, that's where it gets crazy again. And that's where we might see contact. Mind you, there's a lot less cars than there was before. Only about 24 cars are currently running on the circuit at the moment. With Justin Levine having a chance to move up as high as 24th as he's the last car running. And with Boyd Hogan and Eddie Kerner already off the racetrack.
17 or 16 of those cars on the lead lap still. Last of which being Jack Hickson.
You seen there on the screen, though, Jose Salas is really having to hold on to that race car. We've seen it a bit with the snap off the corner exit before. Seen it there with him having it nearly go to the inside wall. That car is right on the very edge, and it can get scary when it's like this. Nearly did it again. Another snap from the back end. Fishtailing off the corners.
Who was it that we saw early on get the snap oversteer off of turn 4 and flick into the fence, ending their day and a few others with him?
Believe that may try to think of the exact moment. May have been amongst the line. Corey Brown, if remembering correctly. But that was in a 3-wide, remember. The better example is the other Brown, David L. Brown. When he had that same thing off of turn 2 when he tried to let somebody go and then ended up snapping around in the middle of the track.
Either way, not comfortable now. I'm very impressed with how this gap is shut down, really. Shearburn caught him with phenomenal pace, but ever since he's got by, Smith has stuck with him and kept the gap at half a second after losing a 7-second margin over the course of 10 laps.
Yeah, I think the first assumption may have been right to save the tires a little bit. Yes, the tire life is going to be massively different. But Smith has played this very well to still keep within drafting distance. If he stays within range all the way to the end of his fuel window, he's golden. Now it's again going to be the question of when he elects to come down and pit, because the short pit worked really well for about 30-40 laps on the last time he tried it. By the way, P7, I think, is starting to heat up a little bit because Maines is starting to fall off a little bit here, Ryan. Just around the back straightaway, Santiago Torres has been able to reel him off and in, and both cars kicked out hard on corner exit off of turn 2 and kicking again in 3.
If Torres makes its move, it'll make it top 7. All Coca-Cola Series drivers.
Well, 6 of the top 7.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, 6 of the top 7.
McKissick's good, but he's not Coca-Cola in the Coca-Cola Series yet.
Not yet. Running Road to Pro this year, is he?
Yeah, right now Jose Salas Jr. also in the grouping of Road to Pro we talked about, who's in the top 10. Maines, he's had horrific luck throughout the Road to Pro campaign. Ryan Doucette, the second driver of the Road to Pro standings, mind you, DNF'd in 31st position after he got pinned a lap down with that speeding penalty early. And many of the air cars are inside the top 20 coming in tonight in that Road to Pro standings. Matheson, Kerner, they've had nightmares of races, mind you, throughout the evening.
Yeah. Pit stop window theoretically opens from about now, doesn't it? About a 65 lap stint they were able to do.
Yep, the cars are now able to make it from over here on out, give or take a lap or so.
But they can't afford to pit now, because if they do, they're right on the edge of the tank. And if we do happen to get a green light checkered, they'll be very tight.
Exactly. And that's the main thing. Plus the tires, the massive overcut, or undercut rather, a lot of times might work at tracks like Michigan. Charlotte, not so much with what we've seen so far today, unless you get some real luck. So, expecting drivers to really try and still stretch it at least another 15 laps minimum before we start seeing the undercuts. By the way, Levine's been able to move up to 24th spot. He is done for the race. Boyd Hogan followed him into the pit lane as well, and Hogan's now sitting in the box with him watching his car idle in the lane. So if he elected to come on the racetrack, he could theoretically take back 24th if he wanted. Talk too much about these drivers on the screen, though, have we not, Ryan, in this battle for 11th and 13th?
Yeah, good battle here, isn't it? Steven Steffen up there in 11th. Not far behind Jose Solis Jr. either for 10th. Seth Knoll right up behind Steffen.
Steffen has kind of been very quiet all race. He's been around 15th and 18th a lot of the runs. This is the best he's been at some points of today. He's definitely now, that it's nighttime, pace is picked up. If we get a caution, we might have a chance at a good solid top 10 run. By the way, Matheson has opened up the undercut window from the back half of the top 20.
So that works out for him. I expect Smith to try and pick the same lap as Shearburn, because his short run pace has been excellent. If he can put himself in the same tyre window as Shearburn, he should be able to drive away from him for a period at least. And the later they pit, the better off he should be. Provided he can keep up this pace he's got now from conserving his tyres early.
Yeah, this is his race to lose. He's the best car on the short run. Shearburn has turned into the best car in the long run. Bolton and Lowe have just seemingly fallen off compared to the top two at this point, unless they have draft up at the front. The difference between them, some upwards of nearly 0.3 of a second a lap.
And just like that, it's gone from dusk to completely nighttime. The lights have taken a hold, and the cars look as beautiful as ever under those light towers that surround the circuit. Steph Knoll has found his way up ahead of Steven Steffen.
Yeah, they got to really shuffle amongst those drivers. Remember, Knoll's still on 3-lap older tires than Steffen. I think it's time to keep an eye, though, on what McKissick might do, because two of his Nexus teammates have elected to go for the undercut strategy. He's starting to fall back a little bit still to Guerrilla, who is just able to keep up inside the draft this entire run. Curious if McKissick tries something here. He does have the difference of track position, though, compared to, say, Robert Miller.
I think
something's good.
7 laps.
Apologies there. Something's going on with Bolton. You might have noticed there. Look at that right front. Bolton's car's in trouble now from that.
Seth Knowles pitted as well, by the way. And Bolton comes to the lane.
Not surprised with the right front damage. Oh, that got a bit dicey. And Smith, he's cutting off. He's following Smith in.
So, Chris Shearburn, left out on track, could be vulnerable to an undercut unless he pits this time by, which he does. Needs to be pinpoint accurate on the brakes. Gets it slowed down very early.
Yeah, really charged it hard before getting it right down about 5 miles an hour slower. Will that be enough of a difference, though, to close on in after some of the send hard by some of the drivers? Smith had the gap closed up a little bit on the pit exit by Bolton just a touch, and he's got traffic to come out with, too.
Eric Smith rejoins behind Bryson Hixenbaugh. Where does Chris Shearburn rejoin? He comes out of pit lane now. While Eric Smith is coming through this quad oval. In your rear view, you see, here comes Smith up on the track. 2 lapped cars in front. He rolls by Shearburn with great pace. And the effective race lead goes to Eric Smith.
Just a 1 lap difference on the tires. That might come into big dividends for Smith with the gap he grew just on that 1 lap. The thing is, though, remember, Shearburn's been able to reel him on in and close up even more so, and Smith is in heavy traffic. More pit stops, though. McKissick and Guerrilla on the same strategy.
I think Shearburn was too conservative coming into pit lane.
Might have been it a little bit, but remember, there's 2 seconds of lap of fall-off. The gap is about 2 seconds between them. So Shearburn has the 1 lap fresher set of tires here that he might be able to use to his advantage here to close back on in.
Yeah. So now we wait and see how it all unfolds. With just a touch over 50 laps to go. Still waiting on a few drivers to complete their pit stops. But Eric Smith has a margin of 2 seconds to Shearburn. And he will fight it if that gap comes down this time by. As Hickson stops the fence.
That was for the race lead. Eric Smith is now the race leader with that. And Hickson needs to come down with that big of a tank slapper.
He'll keep him on the racetrack for at least 1 more lap here. Should probably come down this time by, though.
That cost Shearburn a little bit of time, though, with a lot of that shuffling around. What was about a 1.7 second gap, lost to 3/10. Thing is, though, Smith has to really deal with a lot of dirty air. Shearburn's got some clean air because he doesn't have the traffic.
Bryson Hixenbaugh has been in front of Smith since he pitted. And still he's there on the front bumper of your race leader. Now he looks at the bottom and he should get by him here, but still he's been held up a fraction. Next question is if Shearburn will be held up by Hixenbaugh as well. 50 to go.
some massive strategy implications here. Smith, though, is doing what he did in the past couple runs here, I think, Ryan. If he's got a chance, he's going to go all out at these first 30 laps and utilize the short run speed. He's pulling a 10th of a lap just like he did before. But again, each and every time, he's lost the lead. He's on near equal tires this time, though. It might come down to some aggressive blocking towards the final 10 laps, depending on how this shuffles out and if we go green again.
By the way, in week 13 of the season, we recorded our 13th different winner. Or 12, I should say. So, the streak of new winners on a Friday night will continue with Smith wins, but Shearburn won back in Atlanta. Garrett Lowe in third, hasn't won on a Friday night yet this year. Neither is Justin Bolson. Can we keep up our trend of no repeat winners for yet another week?
Time will tell at this point, and the gap is again closing up once again. Now 2/10 of a lap all of a sudden between first and second. Shearbird's picking up pace with the draft of the cars in front. Smith is still struggling a bit with the dirty air. Here's that lap traffic you were talking about.
Shearburn will be loving what he's seeing out of his front windscreen at the moment as Smith gets held up by the lap traffic, and he navigates his way by them with relative ease. The gap down to 1.3 seconds now. Once again, history is repeating itself with Smith out to a good margin, and it starts to be shut down by Chris Shearburn. They're battling for 20th place, and 19th place behind them, Hickson and Matheson.
Matheson, though, remember, on the oldest tires, and Hickson with that significant damage on the right side of the race car, going to slow him on up. Still keep an eye on how the lead goes. Smith still has dirty air from Presley Sore, the 14th place car. Then it's clean sailing for about an eighth of the track.
No fuel conservation now. No trying to stretch the stint. It's straight sprint to the end. You got to make sure your tyres still have enough life in them for the end of the stint. You need them. You can't afford to blaze it all out now and have nothing left to fight with.
That might be what Eric Smith might be doing with having to deal with the dirty air is, you know what? Might decide to save until he's let on by, and Soares finally letting him go. Saved him for about 3-4 laps behind. Just barely got clear, nearly hit the quarter panel.
As Presley Sore that has got by. Chris Shearburn will have to get by him too, don't forget. But generally, it's always the first car that has the most trouble, because that's the most likely scenario of a lapped car not knowing there's a faster car behind them. Close battle for P5 as well. Garrett Mann is trying to get by Santiago Tires.
Yeah, the Talladega Friday winner looked fairly sporty when we've gone in these long runs like this, Ryan. It seems like the car needs multiple green flag stints for it to really work itself in. Mainz' car seems to have worked itself in, especially since the sun already gone, nighttime, full force.
The issue is with setting up your car for the night is that you've still got to make yourself or put yourself in a good spot by the time it comes, and especially when you get these long green flag runs before the night falls, very hard to keep yourself up at the very point to the end with a car that's ill handling and not set up for those conditions.
That's why you want to at least be good for the daytime, in my opinion, then be excellent for the nighttime if you elect to go with that philosophy. It's almost like a road course philosophy of sorts, where drivers talk about all the time with endurance races that they may be slipping and sliding in the daytime, but they're saying is, we're spending half the race in the nighttime anyway for a 24-hour race. I'm setting it up for when there's no sun out. And that's where a lot of the teams pull away and dominate, is when the sun goes away. We're seeing the same case with the Cokes with tonight's full distance race.
How does that logic work? Because you spent half the race at night and half the race during the day.
Well, at the same time, the logic too is you're thinking about sunset and sunrise. The track temp still would take a long while to raise up to what it'd be around noontime. So you're dealing with essentially your hottest track temps for only a few hours.
True. Speaking of which, ours are down to 29 degrees, 84 degrees Fahrenheit, out on track. And the gap is half a second.
He's got that draft. Now this is where we see the give and take and how Smith plays this. Because this could determine the win if this goes green.
We don't expect any favors to be given here. All the times we've seen the driver in front roll off and allow that car behind to get the inside. Don't expect it here. Maybe even see a defense from Smith. Does not want to give up that inside line to to Chris Shearburn.
Good run off the corner. And here comes the defense.
Moves it over to cover off that inside. He's got to be careful in doing that. But he gets himself back to the racing line early enough that he can get it glued to the inside through the corner sideways. He lost the rear end as he tried to get it rotated. That puts Shearburn firmly to his outside. Can he drive it around the outside?
We've seen it done a couple times tonight. Might be tricky here if Smith's still loose.
Both of them sliding, but the momentum for Chris Shearburn. Around the long way, it's Charlotte. Look how close they are. He pinches him down to the apron almost. And Smith has not got much left to fight with. Chris Shearburn around the outside picks up the race lead.
I don't think it's over quite yet. Curious to see if Smith can force a mistake back. Oh, and look at this. Fresh tires coming through to break up the battle.
And that is a huge disadvantage for Eric Smith. As Justin Vitello will go at the bottom. Tyler Armstrong will go down there too. This will hold up Shearburn now. Armstrong pokes it in there. Here comes Eric Smith off the corner with the momentum. Shearburn moves across to defend, but Smith gets to the inside. Side by side again for the race lead. Again, Shearburn pinching him right down in the corner. Not letting him get to the throttle when he wants. Steven Steffen's got fresh tyres, and he's going to come by them as well.
Eric handled that perfectly, used the traffic to his advantage. Problem is, the car's just too loose right now. Way too loose off the right rear.
He lost a chunk of time there before the laps car got to him. He's going to be in a world of hurt here. I think he's going to be too far back now. Even once Steffen gets to Shearburn, look at the gap he's got already. 0.8 of a second.
When he's showing frustration there, sends it right on back. He's trying. I think he's going full out, trying to go as hard as he can now to close that gap.
If they keep battling, Garrett Lowe is 4.6 back and closing.
Yeah, he's right now one of the quicker cars of the track. Shearburn's still 0.1 of a second quicker, but he's got a chance to get as high as second. And Shearburn's gone. Smith's completely lost the draft. Keep in mind, too, McKissick on some of the freshest tires was closing up the gap very quickly, and then he found the brick wall of Tiras and Guerrilla. And now we know he finds the wall.
That thing offloaded off the exit turn 2. He managed to hold on to it, had to use the apron. Well, now he's really not getting any time. We rode on board with him as it happened.
And this has been happening all week long in a open competition. Similar starting time to what we're right now seeing. We're at sunset to full darkness. Many drivers, they feel comfortable when that sunshine is still out. As soon as it gets fully dark like this up in the sky, many cars, like we're seeing right now, just fall off a cliff. Smith has just fallen off that cliff. McKissick's in that cliff. And now Galata's in the wall.
Now, if a caution comes out, everyone's bringing it down to pit road, JP. Everyone's getting 4 fresh tyres, and they're back on a level playing field, so it's still not over with yet. Smith is praying for that yellow flag.
He needs it at this point to be able to adjust the car back and have the short run pace. Even then, it's iffy on if he will be able to try and get a pass back on Shearburn. Anything can happen, though, when it comes to this long of a race and how many cars are already slipping and sliding. Terrace was, remember, one of those drivers who was sliding about a run or so ago.
Race lead out to 0.8 of a second, and it's stayed there for a few laps now. Garrett Lowe slowly closing, but it's still down to 4.4, not closing by enough. Side by side here, there is Garrett Lowe, making his way by one of the lapped cars. That's Presley Sora.
He's only gaining about 1/10 of a second a lap at this current pace. He wouldn't catch up to Smith. The thing is, though, remember, Smith has been dancing around. If Smith gets to a point where it gets even worse off that tire in turn 2, especially like right now, you see it drifting, he's having to pedal it. That's where that gap is going to start rapidly dropping.
So easy for any of these drivers now at this point to make a mistake. The tires reaching their end. The drivers reaching the end as well with their fatigue.
You can see and hear just how much he's having to saw at the gas and the wheel. That time nearly snapped it off the apron.
Garrett Lowe fights his way by Hixenbaugh. Smith starting to fall off now from Shearburn. It's up to a second now between them, 1.1 seconds even.
Should get interesting though about Forfon back. Remember Justin Bolton with that aero damage. He's also going to be needing a caution in the 10 machine. Therese and Guerrilla have just both reeled on in the 10.
For 7th place as well, McKissick slides by Maines. Maines trying to cut back into him. Almost into the left rear, gets a crossover, gets to the inside line. Fighting back for 7th. Maines on the inside with a slight overlap. Pedaling hard up and out of the corner. Good job for Maines to keep the car there.
Don't know if Maines has the grip he needs, though, to be able to get completely clear back. You can see McKissick has a lot of confidence to power his way on the middle line. We've seen it all night. And a bit of a step out that time.
Gariglia just got by Bolton as McKissick maybe whacked the fence just a touch as he came into turn 3 there. See Maines trying to get on the throttle, but he's got to lift off to avoid getting into the left side of McKissick's car.
And this is where you don't see as much give and take anymore. You're fighting for every single point of position. That's what McKissick's doing at this point. The thing is, though, the more they race side by side, the more it forces Maines to burn up his equipment.
Now McKissick clears him. So McKissick up into 7th. In front of them, Gariglia, after getting by Bolton, has now got some work to do to get to Tires.
Yeah, the 15 had a fair amount of time try and get around Bolton. But that grouping you just referred to, you see him just in the windshield of Mains. Tons of traffic ahead. One of them just slammed the wall, in fact. Jacob Fry, 23rd place, nearly came up across the drivers in front.
So many mistakes being made out there, but none of them big enough yet to bring out a caution. As Tiras goes by David Brown now. Greglia hoping he catches Brown in such an easy place that Tiras just did, down the middle of the back straight.
I think at this point, a lot of these groupings are just going to start going wide. Remember, we went green on lap 234. We have been going green flag for just about more than 140 laps at this point. Everyone's starting to slip and slide against the walls. David Brown just hit the wall just in front of the next group, for example.
It's a lot of lap traffic for these guys to navigate.
Yeah, it's been very tricky, Mains, my goodness. So has been the arrow from some of the cars, whether it's been for position or the lap traffic. Mains is now starting to dance around too. Everybody's starting to slip and slide off that right rear tire.
And as these lap cars go up high to get out of the way of the lead lap guys, they're hitting the marbles and they're breaking loose. Which is causing some dramas for those guys.
Yeah, and with the flat entries, if you hit it the wrong way, absolutely not just with the marbles, but just the arc on how you take it trying to get around the traffic, you can potentially snap loose just from that, like 8-corner apex. I personally nearly done it a good half a dozen to a dozen times and lost tons of time from that, just from having to go way on the bottom of the racetrack to the blue line corner entry, which you usually don't want to do.
$15 laps to go for your race leader out of the front of the field. A battle for 10th place as well here between Jose Solis Jr. and Seth Knoll.
So still fighting for valuable top 10 positioning here. Both of these drivers double-digit positions gained from their starting spots. Both have had to battle a lot tonight, including Knoll having to deal with the oldest tires in the field at one point. This battle should get very entertaining, and keep in mind, still they have to deal with more cars surrounding them, including Miller & Co. and J-Bo, who's been closing up.
Top 6 Coke drivers once again. They find a way to filter themselves to the front, don't they, Justin?
Well, keep in mind, remember, they've had some of the most preparation for their longest race this season from last week. A lot of what they learned from that time, they've carried over. Compare that to some series like the Major Series to NASCAR, there was massive swings. So many of these drivers have had the opportunity to prepare for a week in advance, essentially for tonight. Yes, a lot of them have actually adjusted what they've had from what they've learned this week from the conditions for NAS competition for a full 600 laps. But a lot of it carried over, it seems, this evening, to say the very least. By the way, at this point, fall off 1.7 seconds run compared to the best laps of the race tonight.
Really struggling, all of them out there for grip on these tires, reaching the end of their lifespan. Now's when you need debris caution to really spice things up, don't you? Chris Shearburn, we're very thankful we don't have debris cautions in iRacing. Certainly enough to burn the racetrack away those marbles, covering about half the racetrack at this point. Oh, Solis slaps the fence. off of turn 4. And this allows Noah to the outside.
Don't think he's going to make it easy, though, especially with what's happening up on the top here. That damage, though, might slow him down.
Move made for Noel. A mistake from Junior. Holds him up. And makes it all too easy for Seth Noel to take away 10th place. On board with Wenzel, who's got another car to his inside. This is a lapped car making his way by. There is Chris Shearburn with 8 laps to go.
Has a chance now to lap his way all the way inside the top 10 with the pace he's been running. Bit crazy, though, around 7th, though. Garrett Maines just took the spot back from McKissick.
McKissick gives him a shot through the quad oval, even. McKissick took it away, Maines took it back. Expect McKissick to come back at him here.
Yeah, these drivers have been fighting hard. Maines, last time by, absolutely floored it down to the bottom of the racetrack and forced McKissick to have to cape on the middle line. If McKissick gets back to him, might use a bit of the bumper like he did in the bump draft last time, but is having to back up the corner a little bit more than Maines is now.
In fact, Maines might have this one now, actually. They're only about 9 tenths behind Justin Bolton as well, and they're lapping quicker than him, so they might get to him if they go a little bit quicker on this lap. Bolton runs a 30.6. That should be enough, because McKissick, Maines run a 30.5. Not enough, there's just 6 laps left.
Although the leader still in thick traffic as well, with the chance to lap up to Seth Nolan, P number 10 at this rate. Anything must happen to that grouping to really spice things up. Don't think that's the focus, though, as the Nexus cars. They found some speed, it seemed, once the sun started to set, but once it got back to full darkness, the car fell off a little bit, unfortunately, again, for their team.
4 to go for Chris Shearburn. He's got a 3-second margin over Eric Smith. There's just 9 cars on the lead lap. About to be 8 as he goes by Seth Knoll.
Currently about 10 cars now, actually, at this point. Check that 9 on the lead lap, but still. Shearburn, the second half of the race has been especially quick. Him, Smith, Lowe, and Bolton, they were the class of the field tonight. Heck of a performance from all of those drivers this evening. And guess what? 2 of those 4 names I just mentioned, or 3 of those 4 names, are in the top 3. The R1 has damage.
We started the night with a 120-lap green flag run. We had a couple quick cautions, another decent run of about a stint long. We've been green for 160 laps since our last caution, lap 230. 2 laps to go for Shearburn. Another 3/4 of a mile to get back to the white flag. And then we're going to the checkers.
Has to make it to the white flag for the race to be official. He's hoping no one has any trouble for this final set of corners to the white.
The white flag at the ready. The white flag flies in Charlotte. Chris Shearburn takes it. He stares down the barrel of just another 1.5 miles around this racetrack. Clean air all around him. No pressure from behind, no pressure in front. He started from 4th. He's been up the front almost all race long. Driven a perfect race and played the strategy to an absolute T. And for the first time on a Friday night in the NASCAR iRacing Series this season, we've got a repeat winner, and it is Chris Shearburn.
What a race. What a victory for Shearburn. Just had the fastest car the second half of this race on the long run. And he took everyone to school. To the checker flag here.
as Shearburn will come down to celebrate his victory. We will take a break here on the iRacing Esports Network on SimSpeed TV. And when we come back, we'll have your results and post-race interviews coming up for you live. Welcome back to the iRacing Esports Network, our coverage of the Friday night NASCAR iRacing Series. The longest race of the season concludes with a victory for Chris Shearburn, and this is how your results looked at the end of 600 miles. A 3.5 second winning margin back to Eric Smith. Garrett Lowe coming home in third. Santiago Tires and Michael Gariglia rounded out your top five. Justin Bolton came home sixth ahead of Garrett Maines. Brendan McKissick and Timu Toika were your final cars on the lead lap ahead of Seth Knoll, and was your first car lap down.
Jose Solis Jr. 11th spot tonight, started in 22nd. James Wenzel quietly for Nexus comes home in 12th. Steven Steffen put in some good work, got up to as high as the top 10, but got shuffled out to 13th to the checkered flag. Hixenbach comes up in 14th, Presley Soren in 15th. Jake Hickson tried to stretch it, smacked the wall, still comes home in 16th as the final car a lap down. Robert Miller comes home 2 laps down in 17th after smacking the wall in pit entry. Jabo, 2 laps down in 18th. Jake Matheson tried the undercut, did not work out, 2 laps down in 19th. Tyler Armstrong with the quiet race comes home in 20th.
You can see the rest of the results as I scroll through on your screen. We're going to have a chat to our runner-up this evening, Eric Smith. At the end of 600 miles, you've got to be happy to grab a runner-up finish.
Yeah, I think it's bittersweet for sure. Obviously, you want to win a crown jewel event. The guys at Slipingo Motorsports, myself, Santiago Tires, Boyd Hagen on Legacy, everybody that put work into this race car made it quite a rocket. And honestly, I thought we could have had him there. I had short pitted the stint before, and it worked out pretty well as I was able to have a lot of track position. And at the end of the day, it just came down to me needing a yellow both stints, and I never really got that. Chris was always just a little bit better than us. So overall, really happy to finish second, even though obviously I wanted to get the win. But big thanks to Big Green Egg, Team Slipingo, and Jim Beer Sports for supporting me and helping me put on a show tonight to honor United States fallen heroes on Memorial Day. So.
It looked like he had some fantastic short run pace, but the mid to long run, you seem to fall off in every stint. Was it down to setup or tire wear?
Yeah, I think a lot of the early stints, especially in the middle, and a lot of the drivers that I was racing around were saving quite a bit compared to me. I didn't want to be caught, bad on the long run while saving. So I figured I might as well go as hard as I can without tearing up the tires. And it just so happened to give me a few seconds. I think, this is some really good pace shown by us because we can take this and go to Atlanta in the Cup Series and see what we got there.
Well, best of luck for that. And we're going to see you back next week in NIS, or is your focus solely on Coke Series for next week or so?
You might see me. I'm not entirely sure. The NIS Series is really, really fun, and you guys do a hell of a job putting on a show for everybody to watch. So it's a great event to be a part of. It's just, if I don't feel good about the car on Friday, I might be getting to work for the next race in the Coke Series.
Fair play. Before we let you go, is there anyone else you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, shout out to my roommate, Michael Guerrilla, for encouraging me to do this race. And shout out to Santiago Gutierrez again for doing the race with us. So we're all roommates and we all live together. And we had 3 sim rigs doing 600 miles each year. No internet problems, no nothing. And it's just a lot of fun. So thanks again to everybody back that makes the cars and things like that too. So
that must be one heck of an internet connection. Well, thank you for joining us, Eric, and best of luck moving forward for next week in the Coke Series.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, Justin, at the end of 400 laps, 600 miles, what are your final thoughts before we wrap things up?
Crazy race tonight with a lot of good moments. I think it's one of the cleanest 600 lap, 400 mile races I've ever seen in NAS competition. A lot of times, based on experience, it can breed caution. Tonight, the best of the best put on an absolutely phenomenal show for the fans tonight and phenomenal race for themselves. It tested a lot of the drivers' limits, especially when the nighttime came out and they had to deal with the changing conditions on how their cars handled. Phenomenal racing overall, Ryan. Can't wait to see how things go at Kansas.
Well, for this evening, we say goodbye. We look forward to what's to come. As mentioned, next week at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday night, we go racing at Kansas for the next round of the NASCAR iRacing Series. If you want to stay up to date with everything we're doing at SimSpeed TV, make sure you follow us on social media at SimSpeed Esports Network. Make sure you subscribe to the iRacing Esports Network as well. Check out subscribe to SimSpeed TV on YouTube too while you're at it. And you'll catch all the iRacing action you could ever want here on the iRacing platform. But for tonight, from myself, Ryan Jones, from Justin Prince alongside me and Jay Kennedy behind the scenes, thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going in the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him.
Oh my God! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go! Oh no! That's massive!
This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?